Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I am Marguerite Austin with the Recreation and Conservation Office. Today, we are presenting, or applicants are coming in to present project proposals for the Non-Highway and Off-Road Vehicle Activities Program. These applicants from city, from county, from state, and federal governments are presenting project proposals to develop trails or trail-related facilities or to maintain trail systems in the backcountry. And as applicants present, we have a team of volunteers made up of user representatives as well as state and local and federal governments that are here to score and rank the project proposals. The ranked list will be presented to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April for approval. Following that approval in June, with legislative approval of funding for the program, those projects will be awarded grants, at least the ones that rank the highest. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to get started here in just a moment, but to learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and the grant programs it has to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thanks for joining us. We're going to start with our first project proposal from the Department of Natural Resources. So Ryan, I have turned over controls to you. So why don't you double click to make sure you have control of the screen.
And then I just click to advance the slide, is that right?
See if you can move it forward. Okay, now use your arrow keys on your keyboard to go backwards. Perfect. I've got my trusty little timer here, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Schreiner. I'm the Acting Recreation and Public Use Manager for the Southeast Region Department of Natural Resources. I'm here today to request funding for a trail development project. This development grant will provide funding for materials, supplies, equipment rental, signage, and crew time to construct approximately 15 miles of new non-motorized trails within the Teanaway Community Forest. The Teanaway Community Forest, or TCF, is a 50,240 acre community forest nestled in the Central Cascades of Washington State. It is the first of its kind in the state, and it represents a new model of co-management in which the state partners with the local community and enables them to provide input to help guide management decisions on the landscape. This map shows the community forest boundary. The area circled in red is the location of the first phase of the Trails project and the focus of this grant. This map illustrates the Teanaway Community Forest and the proposed West Fork Trail System with their proximity to the rural communities of Ronald, Roslyn, and Cle Elum, as indicated by stars on the lower left-hand side of the map. A closer look reveals the West Fork Trails plan by trail class and all 5 phases of the project. Primary recreation opportunity provided by this grant would be safe and sustainable non-motorized recreational trails. The trail segments represented in red are the first phase of the Trails plan and the focus of this request. The trail that starts at the bottom of the map and travels northeast is the trail that will connect the community forest to the top of the ridge and into the 3 local communities, the first of its kind sanctioned route to do so. All the trails in phase 1 will provide loop hiking opportunities and connect into 2 campgrounds, Teanaway Camp and Indian Camp. In addition, this project will realign routes off of private property where currently some social and unsanctioned trails lead. In 2018, the Teanaway Community Forest Recreation Plan was created in a joint effort between Department of Natural Resources, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Teanaway Advisory Committee. The Advisory Committee is made up of local residents from the community, private landowners, and nonprofit partners. The publicly reviewed plan outlined the need for future developments to the Teanaway Community Forest and addressed maintenance needs to the existing sites. In 2022, the West Fork Trails Plan took things a step further and created a comprehensive development plan for the trail system in the West Fork of the Teanaway. NOVA funds are critical to help us to continue to develop the Teanaway as one of Washington's premier places to recreate by allowing us to adopt and build new trails outlined in the West Fork Plan. Kittitas County is the fastest growing rural county in Washington state, and so it is critically important to create a system of trails that is sanctioned, well-developed, and clearly understood for all users. Doing so will help eliminate confusion, public abuse, and ecological and environmental damage. The ability to hike or ride from a town to the community forest or from the community forest into a town is an incredibly unique experience and exists in few, if any, other places in Washington. Adding to the unique nature of this plan is the fact that these trails will lead in and out of 2 campgrounds featuring 90+ campsites, a disc golf course, and equestrian-specific camping. In addition, these trails will connect to campgrounds which have ADA features like horse mounting ramps, mounting blocks, and accessible parking and bathrooms. Add to that, the board-approved WWRP grant we submitted to build a trailhead in the West Fork, and what we are looking at are trails and amenities that are easily accessible to all Washingtonians of all abilities. Due to the abundance of users on unsanctioned trails, we are left with resource damage, ecological impacts, and trespassing on private property. Using this grant to create sanctioned trail miles, which connect to 3 towns and have multiple loop hikes, will produce a safe, intuitive, and sustainable user experience. Funding this project will allow DNR and its volunteers to begin construction of a vision set forth in the 2018 REC plan and taken a step further with the 2022 West Fork Trails Plan. It'll accomplish this by providing the needed financial resources to purchase materials, signage, rental equipment, and crew time, including youth corps, to complete the work. This proposal is the culmination of work that has been designed and surveyed by DNR staff and our volunteer partners over the last decade. And it will help establishing new trails for an ever-increasing recreation population in Kittitas County. Phase 1 of the West Fork Trails Plan are the key miles in the plan that will complete the loops, connections to other trail systems, and connections to the communities. With no sanctioned trails in the Teanaway Community Forest, many users look to create their own opportunity and often end up on private property or in sensitive areas. Building these trail miles will reduce the instances of rogue or user-built trails, which can lead people into sensitive habitat wildlife corridors, further damaging the natural environment. These trails have been designed to include all non-motorized groups and will serve each equally. The volunteer component of this work has also been successful in dividing up the work evenly, so that each user base in the very same way will be represented and heard as the trail building process begins. All of the same partners who have been part of the planning process since the TCF's inception will be the same partners who volunteer to complete the actual trail work. The public has always been instrumental in this process, from inception to planning to participating in our advisory committees, and to hopefully this year beginning construction. We have created a forum where community feedback is discussed in an open format, and we've witnessed great success with planning and solving differences with diplomacy. A committee was formed to specifically take on the challenges of this phase of the project. Each partner has representatives to take feedback from their specific interest groups. When issues arise or decisions need to be made, the representatives work with each other to come to a consensus and inform DNR of the results. The design criteria for the trails was based upon public feedback from these groups and upon the public need. The primary management objective for the project is hiking, but all trail layouts will include designs and have features that are required for mountain biking and equestrian use as well. Within the plans, we have guidelines regarding trail width, grades, special features which meet all the needs for all non-motorized uses. Technical specs are based on the universally accepted United States Forest Service standards. In the design phase, the committee looked at the landscape to implement best practices in trail design. That process created routes that complemented the natural contours of the land, utilized existing grades, and makes use of already impacted areas, creating the best possible use for each site. The goals of this grant are aligned with the overall goals of the community forest. Those goals are to protect and to enhance the watershed, to maintain working lands, to conserve and restore vital habitat, and to support strong community partnerships with the Yakima Nation, local residents, business owners, and local nonprofit and conservation groups. And of course, goal 3, to maintain and wherever possible, when and wherever possible, to expand recreation opportunities. In addition, these trails aim to curb rogue trail building in sensitive areas of the forest, such as private property, riparian areas, and unstable slopes. This minimizes degradation to the sites, as well as minimizing the need for routine and annual maintenance. What makes this project so sustainable is the combined energy of the public through the advisory committee, the ongoing input from Yakima Nation Fisheries, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and DNR. We work alongside one another and have weekly meetings to address the 5 goals of the forest, and we are well acquainted and well aware of what one another are working on, and have an opportunity to provide feedback across agency lines. Ecologically speaking, creating sanctioned trails, rather than visitors using unsanctioned ones built through wetlands, creeks, and other sensitive areas, minimizes the impact of our human footprint on the landscape and habitats. This project will utilize natural materials such as rock, logs, and dirt from the forest to construct these trails, resulting in longer lifespans by allowing for natural drainage. We will utilize natural rock and wood structures as filters to keep users on desired routes and away from sensitive habitat or culturally significant sites. When possible, the project aims to utilize natural grades, avoid water crossings, and incorporate already impacted areas. Trails are laid out to follow the natural flow of the topography to ensure sustainability and help cope with the issues brought on by climate change. In addition, materials will be sourced locally to help support the local economy. This project will begin the minute this grant is greenlit and complete in the fall of 2025. Meetings have been held with partner groups to determine how best to begin this spring, with initial groundwork such as flagging and GPSing the final layouts. All preliminary work, such as design, archaeological survey, permits, engineering and agreements, and labor force will be in place by this spring or are already in place. The labor force will be a combination of DNR staff, Youth Corps crews, and donated labor in the form of these 4 nonprofit volunteer groups, and of course, an ever increasing and motivated group of local residents. The setting of these trail locations is predominantly natural, surrounded by second growth working forests. The West Fork Teanaway River runs clear and cool through the valley floor, meandering in and out of forests, passing unique geological figures as it rushes past the Teanaway campground and ultimately joining the Yakima River. From the ridge tops, sweeping views of the surrounding landscape are afforded, which on a clear day include Mount Stewart, Red Mountain Lookout, and the many mountains and ridge tops that make up the Alpine Lakes wilderness. The Teanaway Community Forest Advisory Committee and the West Fork Trails Coalition are the continuation of our public planning process, and all of the participants have issued letters of support for this grant. Search and rescue and law enforcement officers are also very much in support of this project, as it will aid them in doing their jobs much more efficiently and safely by having sanctioned trails. It will also help them continue to utilize the West Fork as training grounds for search and rescue efforts. We've received 12 letters of support from each one of our project partners, which include the Board of County Commissioners, Search and Rescue, Mid-Columbia Fisheries, and various recreation permit holders, even a few private landowners. Not to mention that our project partners, WTA, EMBA, Backcountry Horsemen, and Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust have also issued letters with donated labor. Speaking of donated labor, we anticipate having more than $24,000 of donated labor for this project, which by all accounts is an extremely conservative estimate. From conversations with our partners, we anticipate the amount of volunteer hours to double in the region from the beginning of this project to the time it completes in the fall of 25. There are multiple outdoor recreation shops and recreation-related businesses in the local community. Economic benefits will be received by hospitality, lodging, and a plethora of small businesses. The sale of Discover Pass will also provide revenue for the agency and state. Other health-related benefits include exercise, building community connections, and stewardship of the land. The West Fork Trails will also provide a living classroom for the local schools who wish to host field trips. Nonprofit partners have also begun hosting educational programs in the West Fork, and having sustainable trails will enable the local community to engage and learn and then teach. The cost per mile estimate listed on this slide factors in the trail development funding provided by RCO and, of course, the sponsor match. The grant will grow the legacy of RCO and DNR by safeguarding the local economies, the health and happiness of Washington families, and by enriching the overall experience of all visitors. We've built a full head of steam shoulder to shoulder with our advisory committee, our agency partners, and our user groups, and the residents of Kittitas County, and we are more than ready to push this project into the future. On behalf of the Teanaway Advisory Committee, the Southeast Region, and myself, I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today, and we appreciate any and all consideration of this proposal. I'm happy to field any questions that you all might have.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions and comments from team members? We'll start with you, Kathy, and then Richard. And Kathy, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Just getting all the commands to work here. It's still early. Wow, fantastic presentation, very thorough. I'm very familiar with that area. I've ridden it for years. So quick question. Do the trail networks, you mentioned the connector with the Teanaway and Indian Camp, will it also connect with the equestrian park out there?
It'd be easier to go back to one of the maps, but are you talking about, will there be a trail that goes in and out of Indian Camp?
No, you mentioned the connection between Indian Camp and Teanaway. You know, just, I guess it's west of Cle Elum, kind of north and west, they have the equestrian park.
Oh, no, it won't directly connect into that equestrian park, sorry. But it will connect out of Indian Camp if you're looking at the top of the map there, which we had a grant to help us expand that campground to make it equestrian friendly. So just this last year, we expanded that campground and now has an additional 13 equestrian specific sites, including group sites, highline posts, and all kinds of features and amenities, ADA bathrooms and such. So that trail will be developed out of Indian Camp. But connecting to the horse park you're talking about in Cle Elum, no, not directly.
All right. It's getting pretty close though.
It is, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Next up, it's Richard.
It looks like a very nice project. I have a couple of questions. Do you anticipate that any of these trails will be closed seasonally?
We don't anticipate having any of these trails closed seasonally. However, like I said in the presentation, we work with Department of Fish and Wildlife and have routine meetings. So there is potential if something came up that we could potentially close a trail seasonally if there was some habitat concern, but we've gone through an incredible amount of review and there is nothing to indicate that would take place at this time.
Okay. And my other question is, do you anticipate that trail segments in this current phase can be opened over time, or do you have to complete all of phase one before you want it to be available for the public?
No, the public will be able to utilize things as we're building. I mean, the public is out in the West Fork now utilizing trails that are not sanctioned. So we're not going to restrict that, but we're going to build these trails and then incorporate them to make sense over time. So a trail will be able to be used, but won't become sanctioned until we have it signed and named and all these things. But in the meantime, we're not restricting public access in any way.
Thank you.
And Suzanne.
Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, good morning. Great presentation. Thank you. Could you repeat who it is that did the design and layout for the location of the trails?
Well, it was a combined effort with the West Fork Trails Coalition, but it was really spearheaded by a guy named Alan Carter Mortimer from Washington Trails Association, along with a few of his partners and myself and some partners from Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance as well. So they did the lion's share of the field work, but what they constantly and routinely brought their work to the table. So brought it to the West Fork, brought it to the Teanaway Advisory Committee, where comments were received. So the sort of the spearhead was Washington Trails Association, bringing all of the information into the fold of all the volunteer user groups that were represented.
Good, thanks for the clarification.
And Crystal, you have a comment or question?
Hey, Ryan, good to see you. Great
Good to see you,
presentation.
Crystal. Thanks.
Yeah, this looks like a nice design, and like that you're working with the user groups on that. So mostly just wanted to say hi, and we missed you down here in the Pacific Cascade region. Hope things are going well for you up there.
Miss you too, Crystal. Hope you're working, staying busy.
Trying to. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Crystal. Any last questions or comments for this project?
Well, I appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for your consideration, and keep drinking coffee and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, we're moving on, and next up is Fish and Wildlife. Melinda, are you the one presenting this one?
Yes, I am.
All right.
In my video. Yeah.
Kathy, it seems like something is going on with your camera, so I'm just going to, so you might want to shut it off for now. Yeah, it seems to be zooming in and out. Yeah, it looks good right now.
Is that better?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
you shut it off, so that works okay.
Okay,
It's just
great.
for some reason or other, ever so often it seems to zoom in and out. Not sure exactly what's going on.
All right.
So Melinda, I think I've now given you control. So why don't you double click and see?
Perfect.
Use your arrow keys to go back. Good job.
Okay.
I have reset my timer, so you may begin.
Okay. Awesome. Hi, my name is Melinda Hughes, and I am the manager of the Weenass Wildlife Area for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Today, I am asking for funding focused on a need to conduct maintenance on the Monastash Ridge trails within the Weenass Wildlife Area. We were fortunate enough to receive grant funding in a previous cycle for NOVA planning grant. Now that the management plan for this area is developed, there's a need for additional funding to implement the plan. 9 miles of significant trail maintenance needs to be done in this area to create a more sustainable trail system throughout the project area. The location for this network of trails is in the central part of the state. People travel from all over the state, especially the west side too, on a regular basis to access these trails. All of the trails are within the Weenass Wildlife Area. The management plan that was designed, it encompasses 2,005 acres where all the trails are within. The numbers shown above on this slide, they are from a 2020 census for Ellensburg and Kittitas County. The main access to the trails is off of a county road where there is currently an established parking area there. This network of trails, it serves multiple user groups. The primary ones are hiking, mountain biking, and horseback riding, but these trails are also used for snowshoeing, some cross-country skiing in winter, wildlife viewing, and photography are pretty big ones for the area too. So to go into to start talking about the need primarily, a huge need for this is just to gain a greater management hold over the area by working with local community and to increase the signage, conduct maintenance of approved trails that were spelled out in the management plan. All of the trails here are user created, and this map that I have shows in red the ones that were built just in the past few years of new trails that people are just going in and building out there. So I'm hoping as we implement this management plan and increase our signage there, improve some of the maintenance on the trails, that it stops all of the user built trails that are being made. So some of them, the red ones, need to be decommissioned. To go into this, so the map displayed here, it shows approved trails right now. This grant will be focused on conducting 9 miles of significant maintenance on hiking and equestrian trails on this map. So we're not doing the maintenance on the orange ones as well. Really, it's that the green ones and that blue one need the significant maintenance done. The Monastash Ridge Trails Management Plan was developed with input from each user group, neighboring landowners, and the local community, and provides a managed and primary use for each trail. This does not limit any user groups from using any of the trails, but is designed to inform users of which groups they will be most likely to run into on each trail and what each trail is designed for. Each trail varies in slope and grade with a gain of approximately 1,600 feet in elevation from the parking area to the top of the ridge. This is one of the highest used areas on the Weenass Wildlife Area. Between the years of 2016 to 2018, trail counters were put out at the base of the trail near the main parking area. An average of 20,000 users per year was estimated accessing the trails from this main parking area. This does not include users that were accessing the trails from Hanson Pond Road at the top of the trails, which it is less common, but that does occur as well. Since the study was conducted, we were estimating the number of users has increased throughout the years. These photos show the current conditions represented, showing the significant need for trail maintenance. There are poor drainage systems, erosion concerns, down trees, and a lack of signage on approved trails right now. So safety concerns are a big part of this, and also the need for addressing environmental degradation and preventing it. In order to conduct all of the required maintenance needed on these trails, cultural resource surveys need to be conducted. This grant would help cover cultural survey costs. The grant would help buy signs, which we are currently designing with input from the Monastash Ridge Coalition, which has representatives from each user group. The grant would also help pay for conservation crews to come out and conduct maintenance and help with restoration efforts on trails being decommissioned. Above are more photos of unauthorized trails and unauthorized mountain biking jumps that were recently built. And down below in the left-hand corner is a trail crew we've had some minor work done in the past from volunteers. So that's just a photo showing that there has been minor work and kind of the local community coming forth and helping out. The Monastash Ridge Trails Coalition is a group, like I said before, of different user representatives, including hiking, trail running, mountain biking, and horseback riding. And they have helped out significantly The management plan for this area was developed with the Mid-Nash Ridge Coalition, DNR, WDFW, of course, and neighboring landowners. And that outlines approved trails to be decommissioned. It designates a primary use for each trail with guidelines for how each trail will be maintained based off the primary user group for each trail. So this grant would really be implementing the initial needs outlined in this management plan here. And we see that hopefully working out for sure with all this input for this management plan. We really need to get it implemented, and we're just starting to work on those phases right now. Increased management and maintenance will help with keeping users on the approved trails and limiting the user built systems. We are hoping by limiting the footprint of unauthorized trails and addressing erosion concerns to help with the habitat and protecting wildlife here. And this just shows that minor maintenance has occurred in the past few years, and even a little bit before that. So, and we have found it successful with addressing environmental concerns and keeping users on the trails. I think the big thing is it's just significant maintenance that needs to be done on these 9 miles. And we want to implement what we've done in the past, but with actually hiring a group to come out and help out with maintenance. So this is a beautiful site to recreate through, and it is predominantly nature. It is a popular area for wildlife viewing and a great area for viewing blooming native forbs in late spring as well. And here's just some photos showing kind of the different habitats and different views of the area. Again, more photos showing some of the habitats and different views from the area as well. This area offers a wonderful landscape viewing from meadows to high points of elevation, overviewing shrub steppe habitat and ponderosa pine habitat as well, forest. It is a large enough area for users to spread out as well while recreating. So this project is highly supported throughout the community and has had local community involvement for over a decade, just working directly with Fish and Wildlife. Volunteers continuously are still helping out with this network of trails by helping post signs and with outreach to the community and public about the trails. I regularly meet with the Mid-Nash Ridge Coalition regarding the management of the area and steps for implementation of the management plan. And we had several letters of support as well. I think that local community is really pushing for this network of trails, and each little symbol on here, that's just showing the people that have helped out on the trails in the past. We had a Boy Scout come out and do a trail for his Eagle Scout project years ago. Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, Washington Trails Association, Backcountry Horsemen, they're all pretty heavily involved here too. And then this is just going into the cost benefit here. We definitely see a pretty big cost benefit if we are able, there's big environmental cost benefits to this as well. So there are big environmental cost benefits in protection of wildlife habitat tied to this project by preventing additional development of user-created trails. Enhancing wildlife degraded habitat can be extremely expensive, And if we improve our presence through increased management, this will in turn keep users on authorized trails so we do not have to conduct major habitat improvements. Trail maintenance is costly in this area due to the steep terrain and the need to cover cultural surveys again. There is a significant need to address erosion concerns and to maintain trails for spring runoff to properly occur here. Based on outlined needs in previous projects, it will be around $1,000 to $2,000 per mile. Cost will vary depending on the density of downed trees, the brush, ditches, drainages needed, and the rocky material. This will decrease and be able to be covered under state and operation and maintenance funds after the initial work is done with this grant, if received. As regular routine maintenance will be easier if it is kept up on a routine basis here. Users will benefit from using trails that are safe, well-maintained, and preserve the natural environment here. This project will maintain net availability of non-motorized opportunities by keeping existing trails maintained and open. These trails currently provide year-round opportunities for the public again, and will continue to do so if maintenance is able to be done. Not maintaining the trails or shutting down the area due to users creating unauthorized trails would be the only other alternatives here, and neither of these would be supported by the local community or the mission of Fish and Wildlife. If we did nothing, the area would continue to degrade. Illegal activity of creating user-built trails would develop, affecting habitat and environmental resources here too, as you have seen in some of my previous photos. And that is it. So thank you guys. Please let me know if you have any questions. I really appreciate all of your time.
So thank you, Melinda. We're going to start with our questions with Lance.
I just had a question. Is there any plans to like possibly incorporate any of the trails you're planning on shutting down, especially with ever increasing use of the area, or like new trails being developed, or somehow compensating for that in any way?
Sorry, I kind of had a little bit of a hard time hearing you. Could you repeat part of that really quick?
Yeah, is there any plan to use any of the trails that you're planning on shutting down, or in the future somehow incorporating them into your trail network with the ever increasing use?
If there's any plans with incorporating shutting down some of the trails, is that what you said?
Yeah, all the trails you're planning on shutting down, is there any plans on letting them be used in the future, or actually incorporating some of them into your trail network with the increasing use?
Yeah, there is. So inside the management plan, it actually lines out that as phase 2 of the project. And that there's two trails in specific. It's not part of, this grant application right now, but they were lined out to be decommissioned. There's been more work done on them. And honestly, after going on them, I see them both being approved in the future, going from the very start all the way up to the ridge, their whole other network, and it's just off to the west side. So those ones I'm not planning. This map doesn't show the full ones that I'm talking about, but there's a couple more that I'm not planning on decommissioning. And I think after we do this routine maintenance, then I would talk to the committee, get public input, and see if everyone would be on board with approving 2 new ones. A lot of the decommissioned ones are trail connectors that people have been doing. So hope that answers your question, but there are going to be some more trails approved in the future. Here.
So Gary, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Melinda. That was a nice presentation. I had one question. I was in Prism, in the metrics, I didn't see any volunteer labor contributions to the maintenance. And on your slides, looked like you probably have quite a bit going on. So I just thought maybe you could clarify that for me a little bit.
I definitely can. I had thought about adding up the volunteer hours and doing like the cost share side of this. And when I looked into it with the actual hours being done on the ground, it wasn't gonna add up. It may have added up to like one extra point. It wasn't going to be too much. A lot of the volunteer work right now has really been me meeting with different user groups, designing signs. And when I looked into essentially the cost share side of this, it was going to be focused on volunteer hours on the ground. So I didn't incorporate it inside this as cost share, but there's been over 1,000 hours of volunteer hours in the past done, and there's still going to be continuously volunteers coming out, helping out with signage. I see them helping out with all of the trail work in the future. If I'm able to get some crews out here, just doing that hard and intense work at first, and then having volunteers coming out and helping out with routine maintenance afterwards. So
Thank you, Melinda. We don't have a lot of time on this project. Gary, did you have another question?
No, that's good. Thanks, Melinda.
Okay.
Thank you.
yeah.
Hey, Richard, you're up next.
The permit cost seems high for a project of this scope. Can you comment on that?
I definitely can. And that was an estimate after working with DFW archaeologist. I think the cultural cost is one of those things it's just hard to gauge. There hasn't been cultural surveys throughout this entire area, and they need to be redone. There's been some, but not on the entire portions of the trails. So it was difficult to estimate those numbers working with the archaeologists still. If for any reason we didn't spend all of that money on the permit cost, it would just go to more maintenance being done and maybe having crews out there longer.
Thank you. Nancy, you're up next.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I'm seeing that you're primarily targeting this M&O at 9 miles of trail, or at 9 miles of trail.
Yep.
So then there's a discrepancy, a significant discrepancy in your presentation versus the metrics. I'm calculating based on your 40,000 at 5,000 miles, $5,000 per mile for maintenance, and not 1,000. Did I miss something here?
For the 9, let's see. That may have been
Cost for
going
trail
with-
maintenance,
so I-
$40,000.
Okay. And that I'd have to look at it again, but that could have been because I had it lined out where the trail maintenance, I would hire the crews to come back initially throughout the grant period and keep up with the upkeep through the trail maintenance. So continuing to have them come back and take down trees, redo water bars, address some of the erosion concerns throughout the grant period. And then after that, I would be using volunteers to do the work once the grant.
Okay, thank you.
So Nancy, is your question the actual cost per mile?
I was verifying that I was reading the metrics correctly, because according to the metrics that are recorded and submitted to RCO do not match what was in the
Your presentation.
PowerPoint. Right. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something there.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges, Melinda. If you have something different in your metrics than what's in your presentation, you need to make sure those things match up, because it gets a little bit confusing. So that's where the clarification was needed.
Okay, no, and I think the main clarification is that it would be people going back over the same trails throughout the grant period.
Got it. Other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. We are going to move on to our next project. Melinda, we hopefully be able to share scores with you next week.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And we are going to the Wenatchee Forest. And who's here to present? Is that Kyle?
I am Kyle.
Oh, there you are. So Kyle,
Then I have TJ Broom with me too for the question portion if I can't answer anything.
hi, TJ. So Kyle, I'm going to give the remote control to you. And so I'm going to ask for you to double click
Okay.
and then use your arrow keys. Perfect.
Okay.
And I have reset my clock, so you may begin.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Kyle Robb. I am the Trails Manager for the Wenatchee River Ranger District in Leavenworth for the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest. I am here presenting the Wilderness and Non-Motorized Trails Maintenance and Operation Application number 22-2139. The Wenatchee River Ranger District has always been a popular location for wilderness adventure as the population continues to grow and the popularity of getting outdoors climbs. The need for well-maintained and sustainable trails is greatly increasing. The Wenatchee River Ranger District has a healthy stream of visitation for decades, even before the permit system was implemented for the enchantments back in the early 90s. With our trail crew working alongside many partners, we plan to mitigate as many safety hazards on our trails as possible, from heavy logout operations to structure repairs, long 8-day hitches that are stock supported by our great animal packer, and clearing boulders from winter and spring rock slides. Our goal is to maintain as many miles of our trails to the safety standards set out by the Forest Service to provide the public with access to their wildernesses and front country trail systems on our district. Looking at this map, our district is located near the middle of the state of Washington. Our trails serve the local communities of Wenatchee, Cashmere, Leavenworth, with the access to trailheads minutes from town. These trailheads are also a few hours drive for people living in the Seattle-Tacoma area, which is 2.5 hours, Yakima, just 2 hours roughly, and then Spokane, slightly over 3 hours of a drive. Plus, we also see visitors from all across the country and the world recreate on these public lands. On this map, each area offers a unique character. We have the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, which holds the enchantments and High Lake Granite Wonderlands. We have the Glacier Peak Wilderness, which is a remote wilderness under large glaciatic peaks. We have the Henry M. Jackson Wilderness, which has the National Scenic Trail to PCT, Pacific Crest Trail. We have over 500 miles of wilderness trails, plus an additional 130 miles of non-motorized trails in the Nason Ridge, Chihuahua River, Icicle Ridge backcountry areas along Highway 2. In total, we have over 40 non-motorized trailheads. The trail systems are losing connectivity. As some trails don't receive routine maintenance, they become hard to follow and eventually almost impossible. The loss of some loops and access to certain areas creates less miles for the public to spread out, and use becomes more concentrated, resulting in overcrowding, resource damage, and trail deterioration. The physical conditions of the Wenatchee River Ranger District trails change every season due to rock slides, extreme weather events, fires, and highly crowded trail systems. Each season, we look to partner with the Northwest Youth Corps, Washington Trails Association, Backcountry Horsemen, Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, and other local groups to open as many trails as possible to provide a safe recreation experience for the public. For the past couple decades, and with the lack of federal funding, the RCO grants have helped to provide our trails program with the needed funds to assist us with our goals of maintaining our aging trail systems and ever-growing backlog of maintenance. The enchantments are not the only unique recreation area on our district. The Glacier Peaks, Henry M. Jackson, and other parts of the Alpine Lakes Wilderness have seen more use since before the national uptick the COVID pandemic. The higher visitor use has our trail crew and partners reprioritizing our maintenance schedules to meet our goals efficiently and safely. Because the enchantments have seen such a dramatic rise in visitation, some of our wilderness maintenance has been focused more heavily in the Alpine Lakes, creating a backlog elsewhere on our district. If our crew cannot clear a few down trees during a busy period in a season, we then have double the work because we now clear the go-arounds or reroutes created by users, thousands of users. And this work does add up quickly and pushes back other needs. As the only ADA trail on the district, the Bygone Byway Interpretive Trail is the epitome of our underserved user groups. This 1.3 mile round trip trail needs minimal maintenance. With other access points on the district, they are either excessively crowded with parking at or over capacity, or constantly in gridlock with a steady flow of day users that were once seen on holidays and or weekends. Our trail crew and packer now plan hitches with parking lot capacity issues as the new hurdle in our maintenance, in our maintaining our trails. Our trail crew has the great opportunity to work with many partners, nonprofits, and local organizations. Here in our district, we are fortunate that our trail crew has returning crew members that are trained in certifying our partners and new members in crosscut and chainsaw certificates to provide an in-house professional skill building program. This luxury is not always available. We are now able to save time with these trainings and provide the much needed professional skill set for working on these trails quickly and safely. Every season, we set a goal of around 300 miles of just log out, which is near 51% of our total wilderness and front country trail systems. Our day trips are normal routine until snow melts and our hitch cycle begins. Our trail crew and partners then look to 4 to 8 day hitches that are pack supported by our wonderful animal packer to our remote wildernesses to tackle the greater maintenance needs. As extensive log out is our goal, we are still thorough in brushing, tread, and drainage needs. Our partners and crews always have enough work in one season to last several. As mentioned before, we have our own crew members that certify our partners and new crew members. These funds help maintain our crew's ability to train ourselves and not rely on other districts or forests. We hope to continue this standard to stay self-sufficient in higher skilled trail building needs. We also have skilled crew members who are bridge builders and boulder blasters. These highly advanced skill sets are hard to maintain, and acquiring new trainings are limited within this agency. These funds help maintain our crew and to not have the unfortunate dilemma of needing to hire new crew members and retrain everybody. Excuse me. So when we least expect it, tools break. Old tools like grip hoists, chainsaws, crosscuts, they need sharpening, they need to be replaced, they need maintenance as well. Making sure our tools are safe and working order helps with not only being safe, but capable of making sure we work quickly and achieve all of our goals. Our project area spans some of the most spectacular natural terrain in the nation, including the Alpine Lakes, Glacier Peak, and Henry M. Jackson wilderness areas. Letters of support represent tens of thousands of trail users across the state and even nation. There are also the groups we have worked with in the past to supplement our maintenance, with critical volunteer support, to whom we will turn to in this project for additional maintenance support. Our partners have and will donate their time and energy to build and maintain these trails for future generations. Our partners support our work because they see what we see, a beautiful landscape that should be maintained for the public. Yeah. Excuse me. These beautiful landscapes have been mentioned in newspapers for decades and now more popularly on social media outlets, which is another reason why we see the vast rise in user numbers. Our full-time crew comes skilled, are fast to train, and are proficient in their work. Our crew and partners are capable of more than just logging out trails for the season. With open and maintained trails for the public, the local communities are another stop for the visitors. These visitors provide economic benefit to many towns and cities they surround. So alternatives, one alternative to this maintenance project was not maintain anything at all, but we would never want to do that for the people that want to actually experience what these areas have to offer. Replacing a trail that was lost to lack of maintenance becomes more expensive in the long run. Even when trails are maintained but suffer from lack of heavy maintenance, the cost becomes greater in the future. So by just breaking it down to a 2-year budget at $300,216 for total project costs over 2 years, if we only logged out 300 miles, our goal, a season, and didn't do any other work like doubling back for brushing, tread, heavier maintenance, we are looking at slightly above $500 per mile, roughly $10 a foot to maintain per season for just our log out costs, which our crews are capable of performing more than just log out in a season. And that is my presentation. Thank you, everyone. Please ask any questions and I will do my best to answer them. Thanks.
We're going to start with questions from Brandon.
Oh, there we go. There I am. Hey, Kyle. Great presentation. I just got to say, I'm really impressed by that cost per mile and the fact that you guys have to log out 300 miles every year. As someone who's done a lot of that work, that's insane. And I totally understand how that is very hard to get a lot of other routine maintenance stuff done when you have to worry about a lot of log outs. So I really admire that. Curious, how many volunteer hours do you guys get per year from all of your partner orgs?
So I'll preface by saying I just started in November. So numbers in this position as trails manager. So looking at our Washington Trails Association, Northwest Youth Corps, EMBA, I don't think we use EMBA hours for this grant. TJ, do you got any specifics on you?
Yeah, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, and we'd have to look at our data, but we log hundreds of volunteer hours kind of across our trail system. I think Kyle didn't mention our trail system, non-motorized and motorized, is over 800 miles on the district. And then, we have single track motorized, but then this grant is our non-motorized system, which is by far the biggest. And so we have strong partnerships with Backcountry Horsemen who volunteer, with Washington Trails Association on a number of their crews, longstanding, with Northwest Youth Corps, and then a number of other kind of smaller and local ones. So that is one of the reasons that our cost benefit is that we do so well in that, is that we have those strong, long-standing partnerships with combination with our professional crews that really let us get a lot done and kind of keep those costs down.
Cool. Thank you.
And Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Good presentation. And I think work that you're starting to doing and that TJ has been doing for quite a while really speaks to the efficiency of having your own crew that's well trained and funded to work with volunteers and has the additional skill sets to get a lot of this done. I'm really impressed with that. I was also wondering, going forward into this coming year, do you guys have plans to work on Little Wenatchee, Indian Creek, or White River trails for loops up and down to the PCT up in Henry M and Glacier Peak?
Those are the feeder trails, correct, to the PCT?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have some plans, TJ.
Well, you can go, Kyle, and then I'll fill. It seems like, yeah, I'll fill in.
No, we do. Yeah, we do have some plans. I think once we get, again, just coming into this, once we get our crew really finalized and figured out, we'll start plugging in place. And we do have a vast area to maintain. We do want to hit these feeder trails. It sounds like historically we have hit these feeder trails previously every season. To what extent, maybe just log out. But yeah, we do plan on trying to expand instead of just the enchantments and the Alpine Lakes to all other spots as much as we can.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, Gary. We have been working on the Little Wenatchee area for quite some time. We actually had to postpone our plans last summer because of the Irving Pass fire. So we actually have been working with PCTA, NYC for those, and we specifically had to cancel some PCTA planned trips because of that fire. So we intend to re-engage in that work. We'll be working on some of those trails in that Irving Fire 2 in that area as part of Bear. And then, Indian, White River. I think you probably know White River is, I think, one of those lost and found trails. A lot of heavy deferred maintenance that has accumulated. Indian's always been a more kind of usable, and we've maintained that through annual maintenance. But yeah, I mean, those loops are important. Indian is a great trail to maintain for access from the east side over to the west and the PCT. White River is, quite a challenge to tackle. We've tried several times, and yeah, we're really looking toward an opportunity someday. It's probably a standalone project on its own with strong partnerships at this point.
Do you log that one out anyway up to Boulder Creek?
Yeah, we've been doing it to Boulder Creek and then up over Boulder Basin and into the Pequea, and then, through Little Giant, which if any of you have ever been there or you haven't, you should. Is again a great kind of amazing wilderness opportunity in the Glacier Peak. Unique. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last comments or questions from team members? Then team members, it's time for you to take a break. Thank you very much, Kyle and TJ. We hope to share the results with you next week.
Thank you very much.
Let's start up again at 10:15. Thank you. I'm going to Hello, advisors. I trust you all had a good break. TJ, are you or Travis gearing up to present the next project?
Yes, we're both here to present together.
Okay, so who am I turning the mouse over to?
To me, please.
Okay,
And you want me to double click yet or?
almost there. Okay, now. Okay, and
Oh.
then use your arrow to go back. Perfect.
Perfect.
Advisors, I hope you had a good short break, and I think we are all set and ready to begin. So TJ, the clock is ready.
Okay. Hello, I am TJ Broom. I am with the U.S. Forest Service Wenatchee River Ranger District on the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. I'm here today with Travis Hornby from the Central Washington chapter of Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance to present the No. 2 Canyon Trail System Development Phase 4 grant. This is project number 222199. It is a NOVA non-motorized development grant. For project goals and overview, the goal of the No. 2 Canyon Trail System Development is to, we are requesting funding and assistance for Phase 4 development of the project. No. 2 Canyon is a stacked loop trail system of over 30 miles that is just outside the city of Wenatchee.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Travis.
Excellent. So we're centrally located just on the east side of the Cascades, just outside of the city of Wenatchee. This is a critical linkage trail system. It's linking Chelan Douglas Land Trust Sage Hills Trail System, Devil's Gulch, Squilchuck State Park, also the Stemilt Squilchuck Rec Plan, all the way over to Nanum Ridge. This will be over 100 miles of trails linked together.
Okay, project need number 1, local planning documents and our 2014 planning effort for the No. 2 Trail Canyon area identified the need for additional non-motorized trails proximate to the community of Wenatchee. No. 2 Canyon was identified as an excellent location for achieving this need. Prior to the start of this trail system development project, the No. 2 Canyon area was seeing an increased use of dispersed recreation on user-created trails and other undesirable activities such as dumping, mudding, and hill climbing that were causing environmental damage. With the partially created system, after planning was completed in 2014 and we're currently in phase 3, we have seen a reduction in those activities that almost eliminated with the managed recreation use that is occurring on the partially created trail system. And we're seeing a high visitation on this trail system as it stands. We're here today to ask for additional resources to continue this phase build out. We're currently in phase 3 and we're moving on to phase 4, which will complete many of the remaining items within the project.
Fulfillment needs. So this builds on prior RCO investment. We're close to 80% completion on this project. Pretty exciting stuff. So it also adds much needed infrastructure amenities such as waste management, habitat impacts, parking issues, signage, toilet. It responds to users' feedback and engagement, but also great collaboration of land managers and engagement from planning to implementation. Next, I think we have phase 4. This is the project. The design includes increased trail mileage, which completes the wide range of trail types for all users. It is builds an educational skills area, improves from skills from beginning to advance, also impacting the youth in our community. It completes kiosks, wayfindings, and trailheads, and completes remaining habitat improvements. Next phase, so as far as design go, the final phase here, the fourth phase is matching existing infrastructure improvements with kiosk matches, picnic tables, wayfinding and sign collaboration with TRED, also bear-proof waste bins, additional parking with curb stops, and five pull-through trailer spots.
An important element in the phase 4 of the development project for number 2 is the creation of the additional planned parking lot at the Four Corners area. We have made progress in phase 3 and are reaching completion this summer on the main parking area at the Martin Ranch location. And this creates that secondary parking area and a key trail junction within the system. It also allows access from the town of Cashmere, linking both Wenatchee and Cashmere to the trail system. This will be a developed parking area with parking spots, 2 ADA spots, CXT toilet, picnic tables, bear-proof trash containers, kiosks, and wayfinding signs.
Okay, on this, we want to give it a historical overview. Basically, phase 0 is an RCO funded for planning and visioning, and we'll do additional information on the additional slides coming up. So phase 1, if you go to that, TJ, phase 1 are pretty exciting. Phase 1 was RCO funded. We completed all of this in one summer. So huge community support with 3,600 volunteer hours in one summer, 8.5 miles of new multi-use trails built, 8 miles of unsustainable user-built trails and roads decommissioned, and 5 miles of legacy trails adopted, 2 gates installed, and 1 overflow parking lot. 1 work party, we had over 111 volunteers. We completed just under 1 mile of new trail built by hand, rock wall bridges, and 8 miles of brushing. Exciting day. We go into phase 2 here. So this was self-funded. We had no RCO support on this one. We were able to build 6 miles of new trail, decommission half a mile of trail, and we had over 5,000 volunteer hours in the next 2 years. Phase 3 that we're still currently in, this is RCO funded. We're able to complete 2 miles of new multi-use trail, decommission 1 mile of user-built trail. Major infrastructure improvements on this grant: trailhead, picnic tables, CXT installed, day use shelter, and wayfinding. Phase 4 that we're asking for additional RCO investment and support, just over 185,000, with our partnerships with the Forest Service, TRED, and Evergreen, matching that at just over 193. Wrapping up the remaining 6 miles of multi-use trail system for all users, a mountain bike skills park that we already talked about, new trailhead at Four Corners, additional kiosk, sign, wayfinding, additional CXT, all for phase 4.
Okay. Item 6, sustainability. For ecological sustainability, phase 4 will restore and revegetate the dispersed use damage in the Four Corners area and replace it with a designed, managed, and hardened trailhead. We will complete the final road to trail conversion into sustainable trail. We'll reduce the wildfire risk by having designed parking to accommodate in the area. We're using sustainable materials in our construction. For the social and economic sustainability, the number 2 canyon system in its close proximity to the city of the Wenatchee is a great location for increasing equity and access to trail systems, to non-motorized trail systems. The design accommodates beginner to advanced skill levels, and then within that is a great location for youth engagement and community engagement in healthy outdoor activities. And And then another element is that we have seen that shift in as we've built out the official trail system from those undesirable activities that were occurring before, the proliferation of user-created trails, the dumping into a highly responsible, outdoor ethic engaged in the trail system. And then on the economic piece, the No. 2 Canyon Trail System with its proximity to the Chelan Douglas Land Trust Trail System and connection, the Devil's Gulch Trail System, the state park, and it is a regional draw for visitors and tourists, and then in that benefits the communities of Wenatchee and Kashmir. Okay, number 7, readiness to proceed. There are no barriers. We are ready to proceed on phase 4 of the development of No. 2 Canyon Trail System. NEPA was completed in 2014. We have existing agreements with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance in our construction, and we've been successful in our prior 3 phases. We have a great volunteer workforce of skilled volunteers to help train entry-level volunteers, and we're ready to go for the 2024 season. Number 8, predominantly natural. These pictures here typify the No. 2 Canyon environment. It is a beautiful forested environment in a secluded subbasin just outside Wenatchee with expansive natural views, both of the Cascade Mountains and the Wenatchee River Valley. It is quiet and peaceful, and has nice single track trails through beautiful environments.
Project support. This is a huge community project from nonprofits to small businesses, the local government, from our county commissioners to the City of Wenatchee Mayor's office, as well as City Council. Our local ranger district also supported at the state level from our 12th district representative, Brad Hawkins and Keith Gaynor. It's been proud to be part of this project from the beginning.
Okay, and number 10, cost benefit. We're bringing a 51% match to this phase 4 development project. This is in the form of donated labor, materials and supplies, donated equipment, and cash. And then the project elements, the trail and skill park development, big element within this, as are the building and structures, and followed by the trailhead and design. Highly cost-effective project in that partnership with a strong nonprofit in the form of Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance and the Forest Service, making this highly cost-effective and efficient and proven through these 3 prior phases. And we're excited to complete this 4th and final phase with RCO's help. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to present. And if there's any questions, Travis and I would be happy to answer them.
Questions or comments from team members? And we'll start with you, Nancy.
I'm just looking through the metrics and making sure in that last, nice match, by the way, gentlemen. The match is looking really great. Just making sure that I'm understanding, you're asking for 213,000 for just 6 miles of trail?
Well, no, so the major costs, like we showed in the cost benefit breakdown, really are associated with the trailhead, the skills park, and also those elements. So the CXT toilet, as I think a lot of you know,
those are broke down in different parts. Just go back to your previous slide, if you would, please.
Back. Does it go? Yes, there, it goes backwards.
Trail and skill park development. So the trailhead, buildings and structures are all separate. So it's 213 for the skills part and 6 miles of trail.
Yeah, so yep.
And this is with heavy equipment, right?
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing me back and pointing out what you're talking about. Yes, so the skills park is a highly developed skills park. And these trails are highly developed trails. So this is not your normal single track kind of dirt trail. These are machine built with equipment and highly skilled volunteers and staff. And so, yeah, these elements, this is also where we bring majority of our volunteer match is within the trail construction, the equipment donation. Again, part of our match is donated equipment by local contractors and professionals. So yeah, these are kind of high dollar trail and development items. And that's why that is such a big item. It's not your kind of standard single track 18-inch natural dirt trail. Does that help explain why that is so high?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Randy, you are up next.
Great, thanks a lot. I'm just trying to get my video on.
There you
All
go.
right. Great. Well,
Now
thanks a
turn
lot
the
for
camera to yourself, Randy.
Okay.
We see your nice background. There you
All
are.
right. Thank you. Well, thanks a lot for that presentation. I had a question. I'm looking at the map you had on slide 7, and I'm just interested in that number 2 advanced descent trail. Is that a directional trail? Is it going to accommodate uses other than mountain bikes?
Yeah, I mean, I'll answer, then Travis, you can take this. So, this was all planned as in 2014. At the time, the district only had the Freund Canyon Trail, like a 2-mile mountain bike trail. So we partnered, these are multi-use trails. And within that, there is advanced mountain bike trails that were designed within that. And yes, in the advanced ones, they often are directional, and there's a very few that are, because they're high speed and directional, are for mountain bike use only. Predominantly though, the trail system is non-motorized, open to all non-motorized uses. And Travis, do you want to kind of add on to that?
Yeah, just conflicts of users. If a mountain bike's coming downhill at that rate of speed, you don't want someone walking or hiking uphill. We do have runners that run downhill, and with the flow of traffic, there's less conflict. But as far as the topography of that terrain as well, it bodes well for a directional trail.
Okay. And then one little clarification also. I see in the legend that it's new multi-use trails 3 miles, but this project is constructing 6 miles, right?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of road to trail conversion, some new trail, and so it's like a mix of things that we're finishing off with this project. And as Travis kind of we've been at this will be 4th phase.
Gotcha.
We rehab user trail in the beginning. We brought in portions that were sustainable, and then we've been doing new trail construction and road to trail conversion as part of this overall larger project.
Great, thanks for that. I'm all through, Marguerite.
Great. Denise, you're up next.
My question was, how many additional parking spots will be built?
Yeah, so we have 3 parking areas in the project in total. There's the Martin Ranch parking, the main trailhead, which we're finishing now. There is the overflow parking area, which we completed with phase 1, which is at the current gate. If you've been there, we don't allow access yet to the Martin Ranch as we haven't finished that. And then it will add then the 4 corners. And I think we said 45 parking spots is what we're in. Yeah, so there's 3 different parking areas. We kind of, and then, and so we've kind of planned for that higher use by having multiple areas people can park along with a planned overflow.
So
the new area would have 45
stalls? Yeah.
But then how many in total would you have for this area for?
Oh my gosh. I haven't totaled the Martin Ranch overflow, and do you have a sense, Travis, what total would be?
It'll be close to 45 total with the overflow parking. There's 27, I believe, at Martin Ranch. There's 17 or so at the 4 corners, and the overflow, I believe, has 8 to 10.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, And then also, I don't know if it's worth mentioning, there's planned road improvement with Chelan County up to the Martin Ranch.
So TJ, your vocal is very garbled. So try that last little bit very quickly. So, okay, now try.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
I'm just saying there's planned road improvements for the number 2 Canyon Road to access the area that's going to be implemented by Chelan County as part of a FLAP grant that they secured.
Thank you. Okay, we are ready to move on to our next project. Thank you, TJ and Travis. Are you doing the next one?
I am, yes. Could I have just a second to switch my materials?
Yes.
Okay, I think I am ready. Oh, move you guys away from my screen. And okay.
Okay, so now TJ, double click on the mouse.
Okay, should I test it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay, I have it.
You may begin.
Okay. Hello, TJ Broom again with the Wenatchee River Ranger District on the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. I'm here with Matt Lyons from TRED in Wenatchee. We're here to present the Upper Wenatchee Valley Sustainable Trails Planning Project. This is project 222375. It is a non-motorized planning grant. So the purpose of this project is a cooperative effort to plan for improvements to trails and trail-related infrastructure proximate to the communities in the Upper Wenatchee Valley. The project is located in the central Washington on the east slope of the Cascades, surrounding the communities of Leavenworth and Kashmir, as shown on the map here. The planning area encompasses 120,000 acres. Through sensing and stakeholder efforts led by TRED, 6 focus areas have been identified in the larger planning area depicted here with the purple polygons.
Okay, need. So with all of our local governmental and community leaders that we've brought together in our stakeholder groups, they've all identified that outdoor rec is, if not the biggest economic driver for these communities. What you see here in this picture, that's the town of Leavenworth, worldwide destination, hundreds of thousands of people. What you can't see is on that hillside behind there is an actual trail. So we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people coming to visit. And we also have our community members that love to recreate as well. And what we don't have is a managed sustainable trail system for them to recreate on. The current state, many unsanctioned trails, many users out parking on county roads, building their own trails, accessing trails that are unsanctioned, unmanaged, and sometimes unsustainable. So the need is to catch up to the current demand. The need is to not only catch up, but also plan for future demand. As we know, more and more people are finding this area, and more people are sharing their information on social media. So we need to catch up, and we need to plan ahead. The need for the plan is to provide for infrastructure, sustainability, rehabilitation. We need this plan for access, for infrastructure needs, and that will then meet the current and future demands. What you see in the slide, the bottom 2 pictures are where people park now. That is a 2-lane road in the bottom right-hand corner. Well, it used to be a 2-lane road. What happens is everybody comes, everybody parks wherever they want, and oftentimes cars are stuck for hours because they can't get out. It turns into a 1-lane road. The picture at the top is a traditional trail that was actually built on private land that then accesses the Forest Service. Thousands of people come here for the wildflowers for this one specific trail. And then we have Xanadu, and Xanadu's Xanadu is a nationally known mountain biking destination. Hundreds of cars and trucks parked where there is no parking lot, where there is no infrastructure every day, every weekend, and we're trying to catch up. So the need for this planning is huge. For the need fulfillment, at TRED, what we've done is we've convened all the stakeholder groups. That includes community leaders, elected officials, cities, chambers, outdoor rec nonprofit groups. We've focused our stakeholder groups around underserved populations. We've included the North Central Equity Alliance, Team Naturaleza, to represent our community for inclusion and equity. For need fulfillment, planning is the first step. Without planning, without the NEPA and the SEPA needed to address these concerns, this unsanctioned recreation continues to happen. We'll need an environmental analysis to build, complete, reroute, and find and identify user-built trails that may need a few modifications to become sustainable. Our sensing document envisions 17 trailheads or other facilities and 85 miles of official trail to be managed. It includes new trail adoption of user trails and road to trail conversions. Next slide. Planning. So here's a slide representing our planning efforts thus far. You can see the sensing document for the proposed Upper Valley Sustainable Trails project. That sensing document is currently in draft form and is about to be released in the next couple of weeks. The map that TJ demonstrated before, and that lower right-hand picture there, this is a full day event where 35 elected officials, county commissioners, city representation, land managers, there's a deputy forest supervisor there, there's someone from the BLM right there, and this was an all-day planning project to identify the needs within our communities. This plan aligns with the Forest Service planning documents. The forest plan has long identified the long-standing need for recreation planning in the Upper Valley. And so basically what we're saying here is we've known that this is a tourist destination. We've known that this is a community need for years and years and years. And this unsanctioned, unmanaged recreation, it's time to catch up. For sustainability, the ecological factors include converting unsustainable and user-created trails and parking areas, replaced with designed and sustainable trails, designed trailheads, and access points. We'll fix undesirable behaviors that are occurring out there, trash and dumping, human waste, because as these people are recreating where there is no infrastructure, it's just creating so much damage. For social factors, this design trail system is very proximate to the community. Ease of access for all non-motorized trail-based recreation, has strong community stakeholder involvement in the planning. And for the economic factors, I'll give you a short scenario. So during COVID, Leavenworth shut down like everybody else did. There were no parades, there were no festivals, there was no reason for the typical tourists to come to town. What ended up happening was everybody came anyway, and our hotels filled up and actually increased by 17% from the previous year when we did have parades and festivals. So Leavenworth has been found as a recreation destination, and we're trying to catch up to that need.
Okay, readiness to proceed. This is a planning grant. There are no barriers to proceeding. We have a standing agreement with TRED to help us with our facilitation of this planning effort with a community and other government stakeholders. And we are ready to go. We've completed a sensing document at this point with stakeholder engagement, and we have strong working relationships to move forward into continued planning, which includes environmental assessment, NEPA for federal, SEPA for state, in order that we have made decisions that are then implementable once planning is complete. Predominantly natural, the larger planning area and the specific focus areas represent a predominantly natural landscape proximate to the communities in the Upper Wenatchee Valley. It's both kind of sage steppe and high dry site forest, and these pictures going to typify the type of environments you would expect to be recreating in within the area.
This project has a ton of support. We've convened over 45 stakeholder organization groups and individuals. They've already participated in the initial planning effort. These include everyone from county commissioners and mayors to outdoor rec organizations, advocacy groups, conservation groups. The list goes on and on and on. We have subcommittees that have been identified through our work and through our convening. These subcommittees include access and equity, volunteer coordination, education and advocacy, conservation, sustainability, and diverse equity and inclusion. The partners are invested in this project. The partners have committed to the process. They've committed to the development and the maintenance of the proposed infrastructure within this plan, should we be lucky enough to receive the funding and move forward with the project.
For cost benefit, we're bringing a 51% match to this project. Our match consists of donated labor, professional services, a grant from Chelan County PUD, applied for by TRED, and U.S. Forest Service staff time. With that, thank you for the opportunity to present, and Matt and I will take any questions you have about the project.
Questions or comments about this planning project? Go ahead, Richard.
Is all of the land that's addressed by this planning document Forest Service land?
Oh, thanks, Richard, for that question. No, it's predominantly Forest Service, as the public lands surrounding these communities in the Upper Wenatchee Valley are 80% Forest Service. However, it does include other state and local lands, as well as private, like Chelan Douglas Land Trust. So that's why this planning effort will be completing NEPA for the federal lands and SEPA for the state private. So it is a collaborative effort between federal, state, and local governments, as well as nonprofits and recreation stakeholders.
And what's your experience been so far dealing with the private landowners? I think one of your pictures might have been from Sowers Mountain.
Yeah, it was. So you've obviously been there. Yeah, so Sour Mountain, some of the others, those are part of the planning challenge. And we have strong partnership with the county, which is also examining this because of the parking issues that is created by other private landowners. So part of this plan is to address those and tackle those. And then that recreation, if you've been to Sour Mountain, you know, is high and unmanaged. And this plan is looking at how can we manage that better, the parking. Chelan Douglas Land Trust is a private landholder, and they are a strong partner. We've recently partnered with them on their new Cashmere Canyon trail system with an easement on private. We're collaborating on the Mountain Home property, which is one of the focus areas within this. So yeah, I would say that there are both challenges, but a lot of opportunities, and this planning grant would really help us make a lot of progress on that, have managed recreation instead of that unmanaged, and really reduce those impacts. I will state too, we have experience with this. So the Froyne Canyon Ski Hill Trail System and the #2 trail system, we're planning efforts both funded by RCO in the past and then development. This project is modeled after those success, and our partnerships with TRED and others have only increased. So I think we're well positioned to tackle this larger area and these recreation issues and really turn them around into positive community benefits for locals and visitors.
Other questions? Go ahead, Nancy.
Can you quickly speak to me on what your donated service matches and other donated services in your sponsor match breakdown?
Yeah, I mean, I could look in detail, but kind of in summary, we have donated salary from TRED. We have donated salary from the U.S. Forest Service. We have, we're bringing a PUD grant that TRED is in the process of applying for, which is a large portion of the match. They are also interested in this project. And then we have donated services from the third-party NEPA contractor, the Washington Conservation Science Institute. They are a successful private third-party NEPA contractor that works frequently with the Forest Service. They are owned and operated out of Leavenworth, Washington. And as part of that, they wanted to give back to the community and saw this as a beneficial. So they're bringing professional services in the form of environmental analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to our next project. And TJ, is this one yours too?
This is going to be Kyle Robb presenting, but I will stay on and be available for questions at the end.
Hi, Kyle.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Double click.
So Kyle, yes, check and see, can you go back with your arrows too?
Whoa.
So double click again.
Okay.
Now
I'm just going forward. Let's see.
Now see, can you use your arrow keys to go back?
Yep.
Perfect. I'm going to reset the clock.
Okay.
So you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Hello again, everyone. Once more, my name is, excuse me, my name is Kyle Robb. I am the Trails Manager for the Wenatchee River Ranger District on the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest. I am presenting the Motorized and Front Country Maintenance and Operations application number 22-2136. So within this region, located in central Washington, it is easily accessed from the high population centers on the west side, like the Seattle-Tacoma area, and in the greater Wenatchee area. The Chihuahua system is accessible in late May and provides a motorized opportunity in the early season, while the higher sections of the trail system are still under snow and a seasonal closure. The Chihuahua is part of the greater Mad River system, the Devil's Backbone system in the Chelan Mountains. Devil's Gulch is the regional popular trail system in the Wenatchee and Cashmere backyard. This system also provides early season trail access, while the high country and country further to the west are still buried under snowpack. This important system provides high quality mountain biking, motorcycle riding, as well as horse riding and hiking. There is also the Nason Ridge Trail, a trail which allows motorized use along the summit of Nason Ridge, offering challenging riding and great views with access to alpine views. The trails around Leavenworth are also early season recreational with a mixed use allowed. I think I jumped. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll roll with it. Project goals and objectives. Though known for its popular wilderness destination, the Wenatchee River Ranger District is also home to some of the best multiple use trails in the state. We look to ensure a safe and enjoyable ride that meets Forest Service standards, maintain access to alpine views, repair fire damage, and work with partners to tackle our deferred maintenance and extensive logout. The high amount of wheeled use creates its own maintenance challenges. Wheeled users can do more damage quicker in the right conditions, so addressing trail issues in a timely manner is key. We have over 150 miles of motorized trails on our district. These trails see many user groups for motos, equestrians, hikers, runners, now popularly e-bikes. We have many trail impacts from wildfires. The federal funds coming from these wildfires are still minimal, and RCO funds are much needed, not only for those burned areas, but for regular and heavy maintenance throughout our trail systems. Along with log out and other tread issues, mitigating all trenches and ruts caused by visitors enjoying the trails and weather erosion issues is a large part of our work. Wildfires have created a backlog of maintenance due to safety concerns and constant down trees that magically appear 30 minutes after we log out the trail. So this project supports our 6-person crew, a highly skilled trail crew who again spends the early season in the front country doing initial log out, clearing brush, and more heavy maintenance. Like I mentioned before, we do have a certified crew members who can certify our partners and new crew members on chainsaw certificates. We have the ability to keep all of that training in-house and become more efficient in gaining skills, working harder, faster, but at the same time staying safe. Also, depending on the project and the equipment needed, we will use our amazing animal packer and stock for transporting material to and from project sites. Later in the season, in coordination with our partners like NMA and EMBA, we identify areas of need, maintenance, and special projects. Extensive logouts of thousands of trees is a huge part. Our partners are experienced and provide a much needed assistance to our program working alongside our crew. Our goal is to ensure the public has a safe and enjoyable ride. Once special projects are identified, we have the experience, equipment, skill sets to get the job done correctly to ensure longevity, safety, and quality of the recreation opportunities set out by Forest Service motorized trail standards. Wheeled use creates a cupping and ruts on trails. Once these fill with water and allow water to flow, that is when the real damage occurs, allows for greater impact to the trail by high use. Drainage maintenance and construction is important on all trails, but especially on trails with wheeled use. RCO money allows us to purchase needed equipment to access and to perform the tasks required to keep our trails in a high quality condition. Motorcycles are purchased with RCO dollars. Without RCO, we would have no motorcycles and we would not be able to clear these trails in a timely manner, thus resulting in resource damage and the possible loss opportunity. So we do enjoy the support from our partners. They have sent in many letters of support, along with local community and business leaders. We have started a new working relationship with NMA over the past few years, and with some really dedicated and skilled locals coming out of that group. They have already provided us with hundreds of volunteer hours. We have plans to greatly expand this into the future. Not only will this be key with greater maintenance, but also provide us with the ability to get damaged areas and special projects quickly, get to special projects quickly and more efficiently. One of our favorite moments being out on the trails is always having the public give us a thanks as they ride by. So similar to the other project, RCO money is focused directly to the field by paying for crew salaries and purchasing direct support and equipment, PPE, and supplies. Some in the field supervision is funded by the Forest Service, but the Forest Service Administration is not. Of the $300,770 for the total project costs over 2 years, we're looking at 150 miles maintained in a season. That will break down to $1,000 per mile if we just logged out 150 miles. Again, it's hard to quantify exactly what the per mile is when we have to double back, do more heavier maintenance, and further larger projects if needed. That was quick, but thank you everyone again. If you have any questions, myself and TJ will be here to answer them.
So Kyle and TJ, my first question for you, and I've also sent that question to Brian, is I'm not sure the category that you submitted this project for.
Yeah, Emma, can you hear me, Marguerite?
Yes.
I saw that question pop up in the chat, and I had not noticed until this time that that was put in the non-highway road category. And I think that was an inadvertent click in when we submitted in Prism. So that is an error. Embarrassing that we're catching it in front of the committee. Yeah, so apologies for that. Yeah, this should be a motorized application and not non-highway road. We have that presentation coming up.
So
Guidance, this has never happened to me before. So a little guidance on that would be appreciated.
That's okay. Thank you. It's the first time I'm seeing these projects. So that's one of the things that was jumping out for me was when you were talking about it and looking at the title, it just threw me off. So I thought maybe I'd missed something.
No, I think several of us all kind of missed that. Again, I think we must have just clicked the wrong radio button and just we're so used to seeing it as the category we're normally putting it in. So yeah,
Okay.
apologies. Would love some guidance from you guys when it's time.
So team members, just score this project as is. The question that does not apply is the one that's predominantly natural. So that's the criteria that does not apply to this project. So you would score questions 1, 2, 9, and 10, so to speak. And so we'll see if we can get this fixed today. And then that way you can go and double check your scores to make sure. So I'm just asking that you jot down your scores somewhere so that when we get it fixed, that we'll have the right numbers in there for you. Crystal, you have a question?
Just a quick comment. For the record, the motorized community is not opposed to this being in the category that it's in, and appreciate the presentation. And think you guys are doing good work up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
So other questions, go ahead, Richard.
So I'm curious, the road access to the Tronson Ridge area is pretty miserable. Is that an intentional management strategy to discourage overuse?
I don't know. You know, I think you probably know, Richard, that's that area is shared between us and Cle Elum Ranger District. We coordinate on that. You also, I guess, know that all burned kind of during that Table Mountain area, and it's created a lot of challenges. I was just there last summer. The amount of blowdown is I want to say impressive. There's been volunteers have cleared the roads. So, and then I think you guys also kind of know it's a pretty remote area. And then our road maintenance budgets and our road maintenance crew are minimal. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's like intentional strategy as much as it's accumulated deferred maintenance on the road system that is similar to other locations with those type of roads and that type of remoteness. I think that'd be how I'd answer it.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also curious about the WTA support. Is that basically a letter of support, or have they provided donated labor? Because normally they don't work on motorized trails.
Yeah, I think, Kyle.
So every group that we reached out to is in support of all of us doing maintenance everywhere. So that letter of support is for the wilderness and the motorized grant to support all trails.
Yeah, and then I think, Richard, you know, these front country trail systems are becoming increasingly used by other users. And I think that Tronson Ridge area and that Devil's Gulch area, and I mean, they're beautiful places to hike also. So, you know, even though they're motorized trails, there's still great kind of pedestrian hiking trail. The Devil's Hill, kind of Devil's Spur, has a traditional running race there. You know, these are used also by hikers, trail runners, and are amazing places to visit for that.
Thank you.
And Denise, go right ahead.
How would you use youth groups? On your proposal questions, you said youth groups would be used.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, TJ.
Well, I'd just say that Wenatchee River Ranger District has a long-standing, strong relationship with specifically Northwest Youth Corps. Their northern base is actually located on our Lake Wenatchee compound, and we use them both in all our trail maintenance operations. So historically, they've worked in the past on the Red Hill Trail as a project in the past. So we use those. Increasingly, we've been using other youth corps too, but so that's how we utilize those crews. Does that answer what you were getting at?
No, I was thinking more of how would they be used? What type of work would they be?
Oh, in general, Northwest Youth Corps and we use them for the to assist us with the heavy maintenance work, brushing, heavy tread construction, drainage in like a site-specific location. Our crews do the more annual, long distance kind of log out and annual drainage maintenance. So that's the blend that we tend to use and what's worked the best for us in the past.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Crystal, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just a quick question. So is the intention for all of these dirt bike trails to remain as dirt bike trails deep into the future, or is there other plans to transfer these into a different use type?
Yeah, we have no plans for our motorized system to change the use. And in fact, I don't know if you know, Crystal, we just added a new segment, the East Fork Mission Trail with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance. We created a new segment of trail that gives that up and replaces the East Fork Mission Road, which failed. And so we created a new loop opportunity to the top of Devils and Mission. And we are just completing that. The finished work will happen once the snow melts. And so, I think we've improved that system for the single track motorcycle riding. Riding up Mission and Devils can be difficult. So this really gives that more intermediate access to the top of those trail systems.
Okay, just one more quick question. You may have said this. I was reading the matrix. Are e-bikes allowed on motorized trails and non-motorized trails, or what's the Forest Service's stance on that?
Oh my gosh, that is a complicated question. Do I have?
Oh, okay, let's go. Let's go for this trail system.
Yeah, in short, e-bikes per Forest Service policy, which is relatively new, are seen as a form of motorized transportation. We adopted the 3-class system, as many others have and states, and so they are allowed on the motorized trails. They are not explicitly allowed unless designated on non-motorized trails. We haven't gone through that process here, as that policy is relatively new. Does that? Yeah, and it's a long, complicated discussion, though.
That's okay. I know it's complicated. I didn't know what the status currently was. So thank you for elaborating on that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Well, team members, thank you very much, TJ and Kyle.
Thank you.
Team members, you have a break, and we will start up again. I'm going to make sure I take the mouse back. Okay, Kyle, you can now move your mouse. And we have a break, and our next project is up at 11:20. See you then.
Hey, Marguerite, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to get some clarity for some instructions to give evaluators here in a moment. But we are going to go ahead and go with our next project. So Mason, are you the one that's presenting this one?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I am going to turn the controls over to you. And then I'm going to ask if you would just now double click. And then see if you can go forward on your slides. And now use your arrow keys to go backwards. Good. Okay, I have my timer set, so you may begin.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Mason Shear. I am in a Develop Direct Program Manager for the Wenatchee River Ranger District. This project area consists of 56 trailheads, approximately 250 dispersed recreation sites, as well as 26 campgrounds, 6 of which are operated by the Forest Service, and 20 of the most heavily used ones are operated by a concessionaire, Rocky Mountain, but we also assist in their operations and maintenance. The maintenance to be completed consists of trash removal, restroom cleaning and stocking, kiosk and bulletin board servicing, hazard tree removal, and annual repair and maintenance of campground and trailhead facilities. Located in central Washington and connected by 2 major highways, making for an easy 2-hour drive from the Seattle metro area, this is where the majority of our use comes from. Project is also located right outside of Leavenworth, one of the state's most visited tourist areas, as you've heard, which greatly contributes to our high use. COVID brought record crowds, and that level of use has continued to this day, resulting in a record amount of use to our developed and dispersed recreation sites across the district, but especially within the icicle drainage, the home to our most popular trailheads. And even after COVID restrictions have eased, we are still experiencing this record high use, which can also be attributed to the regional population growth. State's growing population and proximity of this project's locations clearly shows us why the use is on the increase and expected to continue to rise. Use was already high here, as we were commonly seeing trailheads like the Stuart Lake Trailhead full with 120 cars and around 100 to 200 cars parked down the road on weekends and holidays. But 2020 brought those numbers for weekdays. And on weekends, the cars down the road now can be as much as over 500 cars. All of this use not only affected the trails in the backcountry, but it's highly impacted our trailhead facilities, not designed for this capacity. And that use is expected to continue. This is the north half of the Ranger District. On the east side of the map is the Iniat, and we have trailheads that access great multiple use motorized trail system there. Then we have the Chihuahua River drainage, the White River drainage, the Little Wenatchee River drainage, and the Highway 2 corridor, all important recreation destinations. And in the southern half of the district, we have Leavenworth located in the upper center there, and off to the west, the icicle drainage, our most popular. And then to the southeast towards Wenatchee, we have the Devil's Gulch area, number 2 Canyon area, as you heard about, and Blewett Pass area. The Icicle Canyon just outside of Leavenworth is home to the state's most popular rock climbing areas, as well as a base camp for the encampment, some of the most stunning scenery in the state. The Enchantments is the state's only permitted entry area on Forest Service land, and it's permitted due to its uniqueness, fragile resources, and overwhelming popularity. Approximately 30,000 applicants for the 2,000 available overnight permits each year. And the day use is not permitted, and it is much higher. Parking lots are always full on weekends, and now most weekdays, overflow parking bleeding down the access roads, in some cases for well over a mile below the trailheads. Use in the enchantment permit area in 2022 was up 10.8% to 102,365 visitors. Campground use in our concession run campgrounds was also up over 10% at 56,980 overnight visitors. This does not include use in our Forest Service run campgrounds, and these numbers only reflect folks who registered at enchantment trailheads and camped in developed campgrounds, so the actual use numbers are much higher. There's a Snow Lake trailhead on a typical weekend, full and bleeding down the road as far as you can see, and then when you get to that point, it bleeds down the road as far as you can see again. Very, very common on weekends. All this dramatic increase in use translates to impacts on our facilities and the ability to address needs. The project requires consistent maintenance in order to provide the public clean, safe, high-quality recreation facilities and experiences. This project will fund a 4-person crew for 2 seasons to pick up after inconsiderate campers and visitors who choose to treat our dispersed camping areas as trash dumps. The increase of this use is expected to continue, greatly increasing our operations costs. The most dramatic increase in cost I can illustrate is toilet pumping and toilet paper. Both have been tripled at some trailheads. For instance, a trailhead that was pumped 2 to 3 times a year before 2019 pumped 5 times in 2020 and 7 times in 2022 at $500 a pop. And that's just one trailhead, and we have approximately 25, 26 that we have to pump across the district. So you can do the math there. Staffing would be reduced without RCO funding, and some of these toilets would have to be locked until they can be pumped or locked for the season, creating a situation we can all but do not want to imagine. Keeping up with the developed sites is difficult, but it pales in comparison to dispersed wreck and dump sites. Hundreds of miles of Forest Service roads, accessing major and not so major mountain drainages, offer many opportunities for dispersed, non-developed camping and recreation and their impacts. The project is also responsible for developed site safety. In addition to ensuring sanitary facilities, we confirm hazard tree identification in all of our campgrounds, including concession run campgrounds, before contract mitigation. And we are responsible for the identification and mitigation of hazard trees in our Forest Service run campgrounds, as well as our 56 trailhead and day use sites. Crews will identify, remove hazard trees from all developed rec sites. Crews will continually evaluate and mitigate hazard trees throughout the season, ensuring a higher standard of public safety. Developed rec sites on the Wenatchee River all have constructed facilities such as picnic tables, toilets, steel fire rings, bulletin board, registration boxes, permit boxes, educational and regulatory signing, and parking barriers, all of which are constructed and maintained by this project. Without RCO funds, some of these sites will go unmaintained, resulting in deferred maintenance, limiting services, reducing resource protection, and requiring a larger investment in the future to bring back to standard. These facilities need regular maintenance and need to be patrolled regularly to perform maintenance tasks and to monitor youth practices. A regular Forest Service presence deters the public from inappropriate behavior and vandalism. Forest Service crews also collect use fees, which makes up the vast majority of this project's matching funds. By keeping these dispersed camping sites and developed campgrounds patrolled, cleaned, and maintained, we fulfill a public need for pleasant front country camping experiences in North Central Washington. Signs will be repaired and replaced as needed. Educational and regulatory signing continues to be developed specific to the project area, addressing the area's unique concerns, high concentration of use. An important part of maintenance is public contact. This project informs the public on regulations regarding use and directs public to recreation sites and facilities that provide the desired recreational experience. Recent years have brought more vandalism, litter, and trailhead break-ins than we have seen previously, and we hope that this is not the new norm It just enforces the need for RCO funds to be able to have a crew to address these situations as they occur and not let a backlog of repair and maintenance begin to happen. We also sign our trailheads with bilingual signage. Our local population centers are roughly 35% Hispanic, and we try to keep informative, welcoming signage that educates rather than strictly regulatory signing. Most of our use comes from the increasingly diverse Seattle area, so signing that is welcoming and easily understood helps us serve underserved communities. Another way we serve underserved communities is by offering campgrounds and trailheads that are free of charge, eliminating financial barriers. The infrastructure to provide oversight and admin is already in place for this project. Our district recreation staff will coordinate the program. Crews are made up of a mix of new and experienced employees with many years of combined experience maintaining and operating the project. The crew understands the project area, recreation issues, and use patterns. This means the crew can focus efforts on where they are needed most and prioritize project needs, maximizing project efficiency. Work will begin as soon as areas can be accessed, usually beginning in late April through October. Important environmental dimensions of this project is good maintenance and regular patrols of these campgrounds and dispersed camping areas results in less long-term soil, vegetative, and riparian impacts than when sites go unmaintained or unpatrolled. We have also been encountering an increasing number of people living on the national forest, which can be a tough situation for us, but we work with law enforcement to help move them on and clean up after the impact of long-term use. Public contact resulting in positive educational outcome is effective in promoting good camping and use practices. Our crew is educated in why their maintenance tasks are an important part of providing the public sustainable and environmentally responsible use on public land, and they convey that message when it's appropriate. We are also called on for everything dispersed, which means we often do the work to provide access to popular trailheads, campgrounds, and forest destinations. Like in this photo is an avalanche and a large cedar tree over one of our roads. The campgrounds and trailheads of the Wenatchee River are set in some of the deepest, most predominantly natural mountain valleys in Washington. Icicle Canyon alone is 500 feet deeper than the Grand Canyon and is one of the most popular destinations in the state. The Little Wenatchee, White River, Chihuahua River drainages harbor many campgrounds, trailheads, and recreation sites and are bordered by the Alpine Lakes, Henry M. Jackson, and Glacier Peak wilderness areas, arguably some of the most pristine natural settings in the lower 48, and not only provide great hiking opportunities, but incredible equestrian opportunities. The project area is also home to some of the state's best motorcycle and mountain bike trails, accessing high mountain trail systems that provide wheeled exploration of beautiful mountain settings. Also, many new miles of mountain bike trails close to local cities like Leavenworth and Wenatchee have been and are being constructed, which will create more high future use. Our Forest Service road systems offer hundreds of miles of access to mountain river drainages that also offer many hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, and sightseeing activities. These campgrounds and dispersed sites offer prime access and base camp for exploring these treasures of the United States. Some of our destinations are being loved to death, as we've talked about, and the popularity and persistent advertising of these areas creates for unique management challenges. Through regular media or social media, they are just constantly being advertised. One of the main goals of this project, besides maintenance, is that we feel is by having trailheads and campgrounds helps facilitate that first Pacific Northwest wildland experience. That first sight of an old growth tree or a turquoise alpine lake, or your first sight of a glacier clad peak, or even something as simple as a cozy campfire or your first night in a tent. We hope that these positive experiences foster future generations of environmental stewards and people who love all types of outdoor experiences. Project has support from all these great partners in the city of Leavenworth that we've worked with for many years. We mostly work with a lot of these partners on trail work, but they all recognize that campgrounds and access trailheads and those facilities are an important part of the recreation system. The majority of funding goes directly to the ground, paying crew salaries, supplies, and materials, PPE and equipment. When developed campsites are regularly maintained and dispersed camping areas are frequently patrolled, the long-term maintenance cost per campsite goes down, but they go up if they are not. Once a facility falls into disrepair due to lack of maintenance, the facility will incur a much higher cost for replacing kind as opposed to regular maintenance. Due to lack of federal funds, sites or facilities may have to be closed if no maintenance is performed, and RCO has successfully invested in this project for decades. Project maintains and operates facilities that directly benefit the local businesses, such as hotels, restaurants, outfitter and guides, as well as all the other services. Project provides employment for small local communities with unemployment rates that are higher than the state's average. Project recreation facilities provide opportunities for local and regional populations to connect with their natural environment, engage in healthy outdoor activities, creating a healthy populations, which benefit society as a whole. Bottom line, it makes sense to invest in all these facilities to accommodate current and increasing future use rather than have them fall into disrepair and be replaced at a much higher cost. And I will take any questions, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mason. Questions or comments from team members? And we will start with Gary Paul.
Thanks, Mason. Good presentation. I did notice in one of your slides, you had a picture of a couple porta potties, I think at a trailhead. And I'm wondering if you guys have done any recent analysis of costs between the use of those versus CXTs, or if those are just the site where you just needed to do something quick to deal with the problem.
Right, good question. And that's I don't know the cost difference between the two and if we've done any studies on that, but that is something to look into. And that picture was correct. That was just where we needed them. It was a parking lot that we've improved basically for rock climbers in the early season when they come up the icicle, and all of our campgrounds are still officially closed and don't offer any services. Rather than having them go into the closed campgrounds where there's locked toilets and things like that, we wanted to provide that facility for them. So that's what that was.
Thank you.
Brian, you're up next.
Hi, Mason. Hey, I applaud your endurance. Those tasks that those folks depicted, been done.
Yes, thank you.
Can you break down your match, agency versus private, just a little bit for me? I might have missed it.
What was that again? I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Can you break down your match component? Looks like $86,000.
Yes, that's pretty simple. It's basically user fees. It's almost 100% trailhead use fees that our crew collects at the trailheads is the match. We don't really have a volunteer labor component because it's just not very appealing for volunteers to come help us clean human waste and dump sites and things like that. So we don't have a lot of that involvement, but we really rely on the Forest Service dollar match created by user fees.
Okay, thank you.
And Richard.
So the Icicle Creek Road area obviously suffers from very intense use. Is there any hope that you can divert some of that use elsewhere in the district?
So we try to do that. We've developed brochures specifically for when we go to the Kolchak and Stewart Lake Trailhead, or Stewart Lake Trailhead and Still Lake Trailhead and 8 Mile Trailhead, that give people options to go to that, where they can go 4 or 5 miles to a lake, like same distance as Kolchak. We can't give them the exact same experience, but we have developed a brochure that tries to steer people off of those really popular trailheads to other areas. But it is difficult. And I know there are also, planning efforts and other things going on in the Forest Service right now to address some of that coming up here in the future.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I think we are finished with this project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We hope to share the results with you next week. And who is our presenter for this project?
Paul Willard. Can you hear me, Marguerite?
I can hear you. So Paul, are you going to turn your camera on?
Yeah.
That would be awesome. Great.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
So just for clarification on a maintenance and operation grant, we don't need to present for question number 6, sustainability. Is that correct?
The questions that you're going to be addressing for your project are criteria numbers 1, 2, 8, and 9, and 10.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And I am, okay, so now I just need you to double click. Oops. Okay, and then use your arrow to go backwards. Good deal. I am resetting my clock, giving 10 members a chance to finish their scoring. And I think we are ready, so you may begin.
All right, thank you, Marguerite. Hi, my name is Paul Willard. I'm the recreation staff for the Chelan and Entiat Ranger districts, and currently the acting district ranger for the Entiat and Chelan Ranger districts. And it's a little different to be in the hot seat now. I was in the seat of many of you for a while. I just want to thank everybody for the time that it takes to go through this important process. It's definitely a worthy endeavor. And so my name is Paul Willard. I'm going to have Alex introduce himself. He's one of our new employees on the Entiat Ranger district.
Hello, my name's Alex Cross. I'm rec staff on the Entiat district. I just started about a month and a half ago. Excited to be here. Heard about the process.
Thanks. You bet. So we've combined our programs on Entiat and Chelan, and so with change, I think is going to come some efficiency and opportunity. I think change is good, and so that just to update folks a little bit on that. And John Meyer, my counterpart, has moved on to greener pastures with the BLM. So I'm going to be presenting the grant proposal for the Entiat Campground Dispersed Site Maintenance and Operation Grant, and it's in the NOVA non-highway vehicle category. And in the title there, it does say Chelan. We do have a Chelan component this year with that, but if you, in the paperwork you have, it will only state Entiat. So I'll talk a little bit about the project first. So, you know, what we really want to do with this project is just enhance the maintenance and the operations on sections of both districts, most of the Entiat district, and we've added a section of the Chelan district that complements this project both geographically and via transportation, trail systems, and roads. And so we have a number of developed sites like campgrounds. We also have 2 historic lookouts. They're really, really unique and important to the district and the public. 1 rental cabin and a couple of shelters. So we really just want to supplement some of the appropriated money that we do have for rec site improvements and maintenance. And you know, a lot of this you've heard before, but it's, you know, cleaning restrooms, removing trash, making those visitor contacts, which I feel are really important. Hazard tree management, big deal for all of us, and general facility maintenance. This would be a tier project. So I'll talk a little bit about Entiat first. What's sort of unique about the recreation developed sites here, they're sort of all squished together, and that's sort of a good thing. It sort of creates a recreation hub in that area, and then it complements the really unique trail system that it is attached to. Some of the highlights, you know, in there we have the Silver Falls Recreation Complex with the campground, shelter, group site, National Recreation Trail. It has a ADA trail as well. We have a new group site in that cluster called Three Creeks. And so that was just put online last year for reservation. So we're excited to provide that additional group site opportunity that's really important to some of our public groups out there. So that's that part. And that has been in the grant before. The new part is the piece on this land district, which is just, it's basically just to the southwest and connects to that other map. And so the biggest campground is Snowberry Campground. It's a campground that was actually built with NOVA funds a number of years ago, and really tied to motorized recreation in that area. That trail system there that you see goes all the way to Entiat, and then it goes all the way to Lake Wenatchee. It's one really large and unique trail system, which we'll hear more about later. A few more campgrounds, much smaller but still important. Grouse Mountain and Junior Point and Handy Springs are sort of developed / dispersed sites. So that's the new portion of the grant. So we're excited to add that in, and that's sort of part of the change that I talked about before. So I'll talk about the need a little bit. So the need for this is driven by a couple of different factors. There's a high public use and demand from April to October. It's driven by visitor use and safety, or visitor use management, the ongoing maintenance that we need, the resource protection that this type of work can afford, and really just maintaining and enhancing the existing recreation opportunities that we have there for folks currently and for folks in the future, because there's been a lot of investment in these sites, so we want to see that investment go forward into the future. So I'll talk a little bit more specifically about some of those key factors. So one is the need for maintenance and operation. You know, we have a high public demand in the area. What's interesting with the sort of truncated and close recreation opportunities there, there's a demand on our sites. Usually each site is there's a demand from people at multiple sites. They use multiple sites in their visit, both from the developed recreation side. Some of them, they're a dispersed recreation user, but they're using our developed site maybe to get water or to use the restroom, which we encourage. And then similarly, that demand is also tied to activities that are adjacent, and those could be hunting, fishing, and as I pointed out before, most specifically, the sort of high quality and unique trail system that we have there that serves motorized recreation, mountain bikes, equestrians, as well as hiking. So all of that occurs throughout the area. That Entiat section is quite a bit of a hub. And the public, you know, there's just an expectation that these sites that they're visiting are well kept, well maintained, and they've gotten that expectation from years of good maintenance. And part of that is because the funding that we've received through this program is imperative for us in order to continue to provide the high quality of service that we do. So a little bit, I'll just hit on public safety a little bit. You know, these are some of the pictures of things that aren't great, and so we have a restroom that actually that little all the work's been done to correct that. Don't have a photo. We have a busy weekend, as you can see. Busy weekends happen all over the forest, but we've got 3 dumpsters. 3 dumpsters wasn't enough for that weekend, and we quickly rectify that, keep those sites clean. And so we maintain 11 campgrounds in this grant, this project, over 100 campsites, over 100 dispersed campsites, the cabin, 2 lookouts, and 4 groups. So I'll touch on another piece of public safety. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of money and a lot of planning. It's just the hazard tree mitigation that we have to do each year. We have to do that early, and it's quite a commitment to do the survey for the trees that we need to inspect, remove those that are hazardous, and we have to do all that before we operate our sites. And that's one of the tasks that we take. You know, we also do obviously water samples, a lot of garbage disposal, things like that as well. So those are all tied to just keeping sites clean and safe for folks. And then we have just the normal endless work that we have to do. The maintenance never ends, and you know, trees continue to fall on buildings, tables decay. As you can see here, stairs rot out. But the key is to just keep that ongoing maintenance and keep those sites in a positive and good condition for the public. Seems like it's a never-ending task. And by doing all those things, it helps us keep our sites open. And this is just some examples of a couple of the sites. We like to have clean, presentable, nice sites, and this just sort of typifies what has happened over the years in the Entiat district, also on Chelan at Snowberry, of just having nice, clean, welcoming sites for the public. And if you have those types of sites, it tends to raise the expectation of the public, and they seem to respect those sites better. This next one, again, just another tie to all the nearby recreation that occurs. There's quite the relationship between our developed sites and the nearby recreation that those same users usually participate in. So I'll talk a little bit about the need fulfillment. The Forest Service, we're really mandated to provide secure sites, safe sites, high quality maintenance, and also to adjust our programs to meet the needs of the public. And so some of the ways that we would fulfill the need that I described, one is our staffing. We would have 7-day-a-week staffing throughout the area. We really feel that's incumbent to provide that quality service to the public, and that would be during the busiest summer months. Some of those tasks include cleaning fire rings, removing trash, servicing toilets, safety hazards, and a lot of the public use monitoring that we do as well. And then we'll go on to the next part. So just the scope, the need comes from a lot of places. It's really from people from all over the state that we want to do this work for. So Spokane's really not that far, and neither is Everett. So we really see a real mix of people from a wide portion of the state of Washington that recreate in this area. And so we're going to serve a lot of recreationists in this project. So we'll enhance public service by increasing our staffing and provide more frequent service to our sites and the public, have a crew of 3 people, and also increase our volunteer and partnership contributions as well. And that in turn serves a wide base of the recreating public as well. And again, just by adding that portion of Chelan, that also increases our scope as well. So I'll go on to next part of need fulfillment, underserved user groups. And so in the SCORP regions, the North Cascades, which Entiat is a part of, it has the 4th largest Hispanic population. And we find that the Latino and other minority groups really enjoy our campgrounds and trails. So we see them more and more on the forest, and we welcome that. And what we've been able to do is sort of adjust. They at times like to have larger sites, and that's part of the reason why we created another group site. It provides a site that meets the needs for the gatherings that they're doing on the forest. So resource protection. This is just an example of what we need to do to keep the resources around our developed sites protected. And so a barrier like that says a lot, but we do physical type work in order for protection. But one of the best protection measures that we have is positive public contacts. Having somebody understand how to protect the environment in a developed rec site doesn't need a barrier if people understand. And so that's one of the things that we really strive for with our public contacts, both with our employees and our volunteers. And that just sort of ties in. We do have a full-time post at Silver Falls. We have a hub of activity, and that's probably the center of the hub right there. So a great place for public information, emergency service contact if somebody up valley needs to get a hold of someone. And then in addition to our hosts, we just have a lot of expertise with our developer personnel at the site.
So Paul?
Yep.
We have run out of time on this project.
Oh, I thought we were at 13 minutes.
Yeah, your 12 minutes are done. So very quickly, run through the last couple of questions.
Okay. Predominantly natural. Yeah, sorry
yes.
about that. I thought we were 15 and 20, but that's my fault. So predominantly natural. I think the photos show we have a predominantly natural site. And for project support, there are a list of letters in the file in Prism, letters of support. I won't go over those since we don't have a lot of time. And just the cost benefit, I'll just hit the highlights. It's a huge economic driver for the Entiat Valley, which doesn't have a lot of commercial services, but those that are there is very important. And also, yes, the economic benefit maximizes sustainability. So I'll just wrap it up there.
Sorry about having to rush you on that, but yes, we were already past our time, so.
Oh, no, that's totally fine. So just real quick, so it's 12 minutes total?
Yes, 12 minutes for you.
Okay, got it.
And so did you have anything else to add to cost benefit?
Yeah, I'll just, we have about a 50% match there. And then, sorry about that. I think part of the cost benefit too is that by continually funding this project and us working with our partners, it just protects, a lot of those past NOVA investments in this project. So it's always good to think about what's happened in the past as well as what's going to happen in the future.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from team members? I was just going to go back. I think you had a slide here where you started to talk about the natural characteristics of your area.
Predominantly natural?
Yes. I just wanted to see what graphics, because we skipped by this one so quickly.
Okay.
Which, by the way, Paul, when I saw your name, I was thinking evaluator, not presenter. So it took me a while to switch gears.
That's okay. I should have known I only had 12 minutes.
That's all right. Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, Paul. Nice to see you again.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, a little bit about your match. You have $25,000 in there. Could you talk about that just a little bit, and then maybe some of your supporters, if they're volunteer, or where that money might go to or come from?
Yeah, so predominantly our match comes from the fee, the fees that we collect on the site. So, we're as many of these developed sites, we're lucky that we do have some economic base that comes in from that. So most of that would come from our fee base collected from those sites over a 2-year period.
Okay, what about your volunteer groups? Who are you guys working with? If you are with some of your trail maintenance or cleanup or clean out?
Yeah, so most of the we have a number of our partners. Our strongest partners are trail-based organizations that definitely support this project. The ones that probably work with us more closely, specifically in these sites, would be the Northwest Youth Corps. And then I know my predecessor, John, did some work with some youth in the Entiat Valley as well.
Awesome. Well, nice job.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. We'll leave this project and move on to the multiple use trails. And Paul,
Okay.
I think you just need to double click again to make sure you have control. Okay, and your arrow to go back. And you may begin.
Okay, so I'll try and cut 3 minutes off this. So again, my name is Paul Willard, the rec staff here on Entiat and Chelan. And our next grant proposal is for the Entiat and Chelan Multiple Use Trail Maintenance and Operation Grant. And it's in the NOVA off-road vehicle category. Again, with the combined districts, there's going to be some efficiencies that I think we'll gain. We still, though we combined, it was more at the top and not at the bottom. And so we have our crews and our field going personnel. There's not going to be a change to that, although the districts have come together. And in some ways, we actually have more field-based power than we used to, I think. So a little bit about the scope and design of the project. So unfortunately, last year, I think here was, in this area was the year of the log. We had some cataclysmic blowdowns. So if you look on the left, there is a trail underneath that, that mess there. And we had quite a bit of that across the district. So anyway, we've, the project would be 2 years. We would certainly do the basic maintenance on 195 miles of trail each year. And then do normal bridge repair, small repair of structures, culverts, cleaning out drains, maintaining 11 trailheads, and then each year try to do, each year do 15 miles of heavy maintenance as well throughout the trail system. So this is just a little bit about the system. It's, there's an increasing public expectation that this trail system get maintained. Use is increasing. It's getting more diverse. And it's really a unique system that goes all the way from Lake Wenatchee all the way to Chelan. And so there's, just a number of different parts of the trail system. It just provides a unique backcountry setting that you typically don't find in a motorized trail system. And then there's also a non-motorized component of it as well. So appeals to a broad range of people. And, in order to fund this, part of the need, our funding continues to go down. And I know you've heard that before, but it's just the way it is. And we really rely heavily on this partnership, as well as some of our other partnerships with trails, to pull all the work together. So I'll talk a little bit about the increasing use. I'll talk about the diverse part of it a little bit more on a different slide, but the overall trend, as you can see, is going up. From you look at 2002 to 2020, definitely use has gone up. Those last years, probably from 14 to 20, and there's a couple of years missing because they were so low due to fire. But the use has really increased in the last 20 years. And where we get the use from, we have there's backcountry rangers that keep data. We have OHV rangers specifically that keep data. We take trailhead counts and then do also some trailhead car counts electronically. So it seems like we're on the map a little bit more than we used to be. Social media has definitely changed that. So we're commonly trail information on Thumper Talk, All Trails, Northwest Hiker, Trail Fork. So we're definitely a known system at this point. And we're really, I think it's a little bit of a unique system as well due to the expansive motorized single track network. Pretty unique in the state and to some degree in the country. Not that there aren't other ones like it, but we're one that's similar to some of those other really nice trail systems. A little bit more about the need. Over time, we get more people on the landscape and we have more impacts. So I don't really like to look at it as damage. I look at it as impacts. And so if people are recreating, there's going to be parts of our trail systems that just are impacted. That's just the way it is. We have steep slopes, we have soft soils in places, and we need to get back into those areas and maintain them and repair them to keep the trail system sustainable, both for safety and also environmentally as well. So here's a little more breakdown on the need. We have this diverse need of diverse groups. Certainly motorcycles, motorcycle single track riding is the predominant use and has been historically. Definitely hikers I see throughout all the trail system. It doesn't matter if it's motorized or not. And that's the same with equestrian or horse use as well. And then it's a fairly large share of mountain bike use out there as well. And that use is growing. People are looking for these really far-flung places to mountain bike. And what's really interesting is e-bikes. There's a limited place for them to some degree to go on the national forest. But motorized trails is a place that they can go. And this trail system is a perfect complement to that growing segment of the mountain biking community. So just the ongoing maintenance that we need to do. We have lots of brush. That's Pot Peak, Sam Zook. That brush is all gone. We have bridges we need to maintain. Just the basic maintenance that we need to do. Log out, train repair, minor tread repair. It goes on and on. Brushing is a huge deal for us. We are in a post-fire environment almost all the time here. Most of our landscape is burned. In the last, I would say, 20 years, it's pretty amazing the amount of fire that's come through. And what it's left, if you look at the picture on the left, that's the North Fork of the 25 Mile Creek Trail. And there's a couple people in there. And the picture on the left or the right is after about 5 minutes of work. And so what's important about brush is a huge issue for us. We've come up with a great solution to get rid of it. So we've really modernized the tools that we use in partnership with our partners. Trans-Cascadia is one group in concert with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, Northwest Motorcycle Association. We have a whole complement of lightweight, super powerful, super portable tools. And I would say our efficiency cutting brush now is tenfold. We can cut 10 times, if not more, brush than we used to with the old heavier equipment that we used to use. So that's sort of a need fulfillment piece, I guess, but that was the need and the fulfillment. Anyway, without funding, we'd probably only be able to get with our partners and very limited help from us to about 20% of our trails. And with probably over a $3 million investment in this trail system over the last 20 years, we really need to keep the work going to not only maintain but enhance the system that we have. And one thing I'm always concerned about on motorized trails is poor maintenance doesn't get blamed on poor maintenance. If there's trail degradation, unfortunately, sometimes it gets blamed on motorized users. And that's not the way it should be. So that's another reason we want to have funding to maintain motorized trails, is we need to keep them maintained and illustrate to the public that motorized use is really a super appropriate use of public lands. Okay, I'll go into need fulfillment. These are just some photos of what we like to see. We like nice bulletin boards, well-kept little punch-in bridges, turnpikes, nice signs, clean culverts. That's what we're aiming for. And that's what we like to focus on. But we do have some things that we have to correct and repair. So a lot of times we have flood events or high water events on the left, or just, poor sections of trail that haven't been corrected. And so a nice little turnpike there makes riding better. It's better for the environment. It's better public optics. And that's what we strive for across the system. And then there is investment, like I said, $3 million of investment in this trail system. These types of investments that you're looking at right here are costly, and we need to maintain those investments. So I think the more money we put in, we really need to have annual maintenance to upkeep those facilities, because the cost of not doing that just goes up dramatically if we don't have that routine maintenance. And another way that we really want to meet that need that we have out there is through our partners. And what we're sort of moving on from the paradigm of just volunteers helping the Forest Service to creating true partnerships with a number of people. And so Northwest Motorcycle Association is getting to where they're a partner with all of the work that we do. So we want them to be as skilled as Forest Service employees. And the same with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance. They've done some incredible work throughout the region and brought some of that to the Entiat district. And the same with our group Trans-Cascadia that we've worked with, the nonprofit trail organization. We get more work done if they have the tools and the expertise that we have. And we've actually even trained some external people to become certified chainsaw certifiers, so that they can do that work themselves with their own people in their own nonprofits. Another thing we need to do is correct these unsafe conditions. On any trail, there's places that we really need to put some attention into. We want our difficulty of trails to be reflective of the difficulty the whole way. So a black diamond section on a intermediate trail just doesn't really work for the user. And so we need to address those situations out in the field. And so there's a variety of them, and those are always important ones for us to try and get each year. Some of it's just through use. A lot of it's through, little landslides, weather events, things like that. I'll hit a little bit now on sort of the heavy maintenance that we want to do. And so 15 miles per year. So these are just some of the locations that we want to do that heavy maintenance, and where we will do that, we'll partner with NMA and with Trans-Cascadia and Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance in some of these locations, as well as a new partner that we've been working with, TREAD, which is a nonprofit trail recreation promotion organization in the Wenatchee Valley. So one thing that we do bring that will help us get this work done is expertise. So we have expertise in our personnel, many returning personnel for many years. And we always have some new personnel as well, which we're excited about. And also just specialized equipment to get that work done as well. And some of that has been provided by RCO in the past. So we can skip the sustainability question, go to project support. So there's letters throughout or within our application. And what I'll hit on just really quickly is the amount of hours that have come from Evergreen, Trans-Cascadia, and NMA. I did a quick calculation yesterday, probably over 3,000 hours in the last 3 years. And one of those years was a COVID year. I think we had one of the few large volunteer projects around that year. And cost benefit, basic maintenance is just much cheaper than heavy maintenance. So our focus will be on basic maintenance with, again, 15 miles per year of the heavy maintenance. So you'll see that slightly higher cost per mile there. And yeah, you can move on one more. And then here's just the funding breakdown, 41 and 59%. So this provides about 25% of the single track trails in the state of Washington are within this project. So the cost benefit of funding this project for that type of recreation is extremely high. And I'll take questions. Take 1 minute over.
Thank you, Paul. Questions or comments from team members? And go right ahead, Nancy, and then Gary.
So thank you, Paul. That is 1,000 miles, $1,000 per mile is really impressive for this, especially this kind of heavy maintenance. And I've seen some of those trails that when the logs come down. So I apologize now for nitpicking, but here I go. Didn't RCO fund 2 dirt bikes last cycle for the motorized program? And we're asking for another one this year. Is that correct? So I guess that's questions.
Yeah, I think we only have, and forgive me because I just inherited this program recently, but and Alex might know, but I think we only have maybe one newish 250 or 230, and then the rest of them are like 2010 bikes. So what I do know, without not knowing the specifics, having talked to Sam, who will be the field lead, we have a lot of old bikes, and that is sort of a pinch point for us right now. But I could get you
Okay.
more details later for sure.
No, that's okay. Then if you don't have new bikes, then either they weren't funded or they weren't purchased. So that's fine. And then I had one more question. What is the number you're planning for motorized crew this year?
So
The
do you
number
wanna
of
make-
people.
4 to 5 for the agency crew.
Impressive. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Gary, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Paul. I was getting PTSD there, looking at the brush on North Fork 25 Mile Creek. But I'm wondering, as far as the agency match goes, is that a combination of appropriated funds and rec fee, or how do you come up with your agency match?
Yeah, I think that would be yes, it's going to be through a combination of appropriated funds, which is not going to be a lot. I know that. Volunteers, and then some of our more partner organizations, I'll call them, some of their match. Although some of our partner organizations now keep some of their match for their programs as well.
So is a rec fee a part of that at all?
It is a limited part, because we do have trailheads that are associated with the project that are in rec fee. And I will add that we added the Pot Peak trailhead. So, we have one new trailhead where fees are collected at Pot Peak. It has all the facilities always had that we just haven't been able to initiate a new fee for over a decade. But we will be able to do that forthcoming, which will help a little bit as well.
Thanks. More PTSD there for me.
Thank you, Gary. And we move on to Richard.
So the trail network map indicates that there are quite a few small loops. Is there any hope of decommissioning some of those so that you have fewer miles to maintain?
So could you repeat the question? You said there's just some small sections of
For
trail?
motorized trails, some of those loops look relatively small. And there may be a terrain issue that I don't understand, but it seems that you could.
Yeah, so I think I can answer that pretty well. From a maintenance standpoint, those smaller loops, you're up in the upper Entiat, and I would say those are typically some fairly easy trails to maintain. And a lot of those have a seasonal closure. They're a little bit wetter, but that's another way that we reduce the amount of maintenance that we would need to do due to wet soils. Is there has been a seasonal closure, I think, for probably 20 years. And it's usually like early July, the trails become open when they're ready for that type of use. So a lot of those loops don't require as much maintenance. They're flatter, they're higher up, not big side slopes, and not nearly as much downfall on those trails.
Okay.
Next up is Kathy.
Yes, great presentation. I'm not as familiar with that area, but I was just looking at your metrics on the 50%, 51% motorcyclists and 26% mountain bikers, with the remaining being, I guess, what I classify as passive enjoyers of nature, which is the hikers, equestrians, and gatherers. So looking to safety, do you foresee, whether in this project or one in the future, having separate designated trails for passive enjoyment users, recreational users?
So that's a big question. I think so one way that had been addressed historically is the North Fork of the Entiat trails. In that one map, they were the purple trails, sort of in the upper northwest portion. Those specifically are non-motorized trails that are part of this this larger trail system. So there was, in the last forest plan in the 1986 or something, those trails were specifically actually became non-motorized during that time. So there would have to be another similar process to potentially look at other trails. But I think that I know from in the motorized community, there doesn't tend to be a lot of new motorized trails, at least in my experience, and so there's a real reluctance. And we'd have to really think hard about losing a motorized opportunity. But there's other education pieces that can be done to help mitigate what might be some potential future conflict.
Yeah, it's just motorcycles and horses just don't go together, as you're aware. So we always kind of look to keep that separate. So
yeah, and interesting, on the motorized system, I've run into a number of pack strings in the past, and so I think part of it is that education for folks all around the board as well can help. But yeah, they're definitely, there's always some conflict at certain times.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
We have run out of time on this project, so Crystal has the last question or comment.
Hey, Paul, I just wanted to thank you for your approach to motorized recreation here in your landscape. It's quite delightful to actually hear your positive thoughts towards how to manage it and how to keep the community engaged in your system. And I also appreciate you taking the efforts to make sure that this underserved motorized community is able to maintain their systems and trails available to them. We're shy on trails all over the state, and every single mile is super important to the community. So thank you for your work out there.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, it's a really unique system. I'm sort of glad that I get to be more involved in it than I have been the last several years. So it's a unique opportunity, and I enjoy riding out there.
Excellent. Outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Paul and Alex. We appreciate it. And team members, I have a little bit of instruction for you before you take off for your lunch break. So I just want to ask everybody to just give undivided attention for just a moment. You were evaluating a project, and thank you, Crystal, for reminding folks about this. This is a project where it was on, the question was raised as to why it was included as a non-highway road project when it should have been a off-road vehicle project. And so what I'm going to do is to ask you if you will jot down your scores for that particular project. And then we will make sure that we do some things in our system to fix it. So the project that you should be looking at is the project that was from the Wenatchee River Ranger District. It's the motorized trail maintenance project. It's number 222136. And so we just need you to go back to that project. And the scores that you need to jot down is you scored them on question number 1, question number 2, and then your scores for questions 9 and 10. So project support and cost benefit. Those are the other 2 criteria that they would be scored on as an ORV project. So I'm just asking if you will flip back. So this is project 2136, and just on a piece of paper somewhere, if you can write down the scores you entered for criteria 1, 2, 9, and 10. And then we are going to get that project moved to the right category and ask you to re-enter your scores. So thank you very much. It's time for you to take a lunch break. Our next project proposal starts at 1:20. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. And who's presenting? Is that you, Ryan?
This is, yeah, Ryan Schreiner from DNR.
Great. Just giving a second for everybody to get back to their stations. And I'm going to give you control of the mouse.
Sounds good.
So why don't you double click and see, can you use your arrows to go back? So double click again on the keyboard now use your arrow keys to hit the back arrow. Okay, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Schreiner. I'm the Acting Recreation and Public Use Manager for Department of Natural Resources Southeast. This project will provide funding for staff, equipment, and materials to support general maintenance on the north part of DNR Southeast region, including maintenance on non-highway road campgrounds, facilities, and isolated recreation areas on DNR managed lands within Kittitas, Chelan, and Grant counties. The locations for this grant funded position are the Teanaway Community Forest, Nanum Ridge State Forest, and the LT Murray and Weenass blocks of Kittitas County, Beverly Dunes ORV area in Grant County, and Chelan Butte Sky Park in Chelan County. The Teanaway Community Forest is located north of the city of Cle Elum. There are 3 campgrounds within the Teanaway Community Forest: the Teanaway Camp, 29 Pines, and Indian Camp, as well as 3 primitive trailheads. The position would maintain 160 campsites, 12 vault toilets within the Teanaway Community Forest. Chelan Butte Sky Park is located south of the city of Chelan on Chelan Butte. And Beverly Dunes ORV Park is located east of the Columbia River, north of the city of Mattawa. Most of the project area is within 30 miles of Wenatchee, which has a population of 34,300, and neighbors East Wenatchee, which has an additional 14,200 residents. Chelan County has a population of 79,600, which is an increase of 9% since 2010. Kittitas County has a population of 46,000, which is an increase of 11% since 2010. And Grant County has a population of 100,300, which is an increase of 12% since 2010. This project area is covered by DNR's publicly reviewed and adopted recreation inventory assessment. The Teanaway Community Forest Rec Plan was adopted in 2018 and calls for the need for continued maintenance of all 3 campgrounds and day use areas. The Nanum Ridge to Columbia River Recreation Plan was adopted in 2015 and also calls out the need for maintenance and mitigation of negative impacts brought on by dispersed recreation. Currently, there is not a maintenance technician dedicated to performing recreation maintenance in Kittitas, Chelan, or Grant counties. With the purchase of the Teanaway Community Forest, the DNR acquired over 137 additional campsites that it did not need to maintain previous. This is more than doubled our number of campsites to maintain and brings up is more than doubled our number of campsites to maintain in the area and brings up our need to bring them up to standard. The other recreation sites are not getting attention they need, and the negative impacts of infrequent maintenance are causing environmental issues, particularly noxious weed control. Our recreation sites are adjacent to the United States Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the Nature Conservancy. All lands provide additional opportunities for recreation. Beverly Dunes is a unique site because it is open year-round for ORV use, while others experience seasonal closures. Chelan Butte Sky Park is one of the premier locations in the United States for hang gliding and paragliding because most other sites allow you only to launch in one direction, while this site allows you to launch in multiple directions. The campgrounds within the Teanaway Community Forest are experiencing more and more users each year as people learn about the unique geology, breathtaking views of the surrounding area, and want to come to see Washington State's first state-owned and managed community forest. Our maintenance backlog identifies the need to make many repairs to our signs, kiosks, fences, picnic tables, and fire rings. This sign is one of many examples of our need in our maintenance backlog. This is an entrance sign for Beverly Dunes ORV Park. It was installed in the early 1990s and is in desperate need of replacement. Recreationalists visiting Teanaway Community Forest have doubled since the forest purchase. The volume of users has increased so much so that we are having a hard time keeping up with the maintenance demands in all 3 campgrounds. We installed 12 ADA compliant toilet restrooms in the Teanaway Community Forest between 2015 and 2022. These require frequent maintenance to ensure the accessibility and sanitation standards are met. DNR has established 2 disabled hunting areas for multiple hunting season within the Nanum Ridge State Forest. And while we have made great strides in updating our ADA sites and accessibility, persons with disabilities remain underserved. The overall increase in public use and abuse this last year has been apparent at all of our recreation sites, and it's been hard to keep up with on our own. It is estimated that over 250,000 users from across the state visit our service areas annually. Beverly Dunes is a heavily used ORV area year-round, especially by users coming from the west side, as their ORV sites are typically closed for seasonal closures. It is in constant need of litter pickup, fire pit cleaning, and noxious weed control. This grant would fund a recreation maintenance position, supplies, and tools to assist the recreation manager in the north part of DNR's Southeast region. Without this funding, the Southeast region will not be able to manage the growing recreation workload. Having a person to help with the day-to-day maintenance activities will allow more work to be done, more opportunity for the public to positively interact with DNR staff, and subsequently enhance their experience while they're recreating on DNR land. This photo is an example of meeting our goals and objectives. The top photo depicts a campsite that briefly served as somebody's home and the mess that was left behind. This mess needed to be cleaned up by DNR staff. And this is some of the work that you can expect to be done by this position, providing safe and sustainable recreation. The service area includes a wide variety of landscapes that offer diverse recreation opportunities. The Nanum State Ridge Forest, as an example, is a destination for mountain bikers who want to enjoy the cookie cutter mountain bike trail system. Currently, there are 2 established trailheads and approximately 12 miles of trail, with another 22 miles of construction still to go. Beverly Dunes ORV Park is open year-round, and unlike most, if not all, our ORV sites in Western Washington. Many users from Western Washington utilize this ORV site through the winter months when other opportunities in their area are closed. The Teanaway Community Forest is the state's first owned and managed community forest with 3 campgrounds and almost unlimited access for non-motorized use. The position would fulfill the service needs for each one of these unique and popular recreation sites and isolated recreation areas. The position would assist the recreation manager with prioritizing work in the maintenance backlog. The position this project will fund will help manage overcrowding issues by mitigating sanitation and safety problems caused by heavy use in a timely manner to help provide safe and sustainable recreation opportunities in all of our areas. The Teanaway Community Forest, we recently added additional ADA accessible information stations with 40 ADA compliant restrooms. This grant will provide maintenance to the areas to ensure that the hardened surfaces remain intact and accessibility standards are met. The feedback I hear most often is that users don't see recreation staff often as they would like in the Southeast region. Once it is explained to them that there is only one person for all of these areas, they are both surprised and disappointed. They commend us for doing so much with so little, but would like to see more regular visits. Sometimes it's a few weeks before one of our staff can get out to address complaints. Since filling this much needed maintenance position, users will be excited to see a constant presence at our recreation sites. Through emails, phone calls, and outreach events, intended users have been included in the planning of maintenance work. User groups and volunteers feel comfortable forwarding their issues to us while they're out on the landscape. The Teanaway Community Forest campgrounds are surrounded by unique geological features nestled in the nooks and atop ridge tops. Each campground is bordered on one side by a fork of the Teanaway River. The sites give you the option of being either isolated with nature or in a group site surrounded by friends, all while having a rustic experience. The use of native materials and working with the natural landscape help keep the character of this site genuine. Beverly Dunes is an open area bordered by the Potholes Wildlife Area, managed by Department of Fish and Wildlife. Crab Creek borders the dunes to the south, is one of the longest creeks in North America. Dunes are unaltered and provide the experience of being in the desert shrub steppe next to high talus slopes provided by the Columbia River flood basalts. Chelan Butte provides unmatched views of Lake Chelan, the Columbia River, the Waterville Plateau, and the nearby national forests. The butte is atop a ridge of shrub steppe and scattered pine hills, with the Columbia River below on two sides and Lake Chelan on the other. Pilots that launch from Chelan Butte are always impressed by the gorgeous surroundings and diversity of beauty that surround the butte. This project has received considerable support from groups representing four-wheel drive interests, mountain biking, horseback riding, hiking, and several local landowners. The project is also supported by the Teanaway Advisory Committee, who help guide ongoing recreation and management decisions in the forest. Between 2015 and 2019, these groups provided DNR with 9,600 volunteer hours, which totaled $145,345 in volunteer labor within the project areas. Due to the pandemic, we were not able to make use of volunteers for most of 2020 and 2021, and this caused our maintenance backlog to grow. We look forward to getting out with our volunteer partners again. The project will increase recreational opportunities by keeping sites open and usable for the public to enjoy. While volunteers are an option, it is not sustainable in the long term to expect them to provide money and volunteer labor to perform all tasks. This photo of volunteers shows them performing fire prevention work at Chelan Butte. They use weed eaters to cut the grass down in the parking areas, preventing any catalytic converter fires. This is an example of our volunteers and their passion for the lands, but is not a sustainable use for volunteers. Keeping the recreation sites open and usable for the public to enjoy will provide opportunities for a healthy lifestyle, experience nature in all four seasons, provide economic benefits to local communities, and provide opportunities to educate people about DNR managed lands and stewardship. Installing and maintaining educational regulatory signage and fences and barriers to keep people in their vehicles and away from sensitive areas will greatly benefit the environment. The cost of signs and maintaining barriers is far less than having to restore sensitive or riparian areas. The Teanaway Community Forest was purchased with the intent to protect and enhance the watershed, as well as provide sustainable recreational opportunities. Reviewers should have confidence that in this project because it was meticulously thought out with the help of users and DNR managers. We have met the objectives for our last two M&O grants, and we intend to keep providing an excellent level of service for our users and to be great stewards of the land. You can expect through leadership and accountability that the work will be performed within the scope of this grant and will exceed the expectations. On behalf of the Southeast region, I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ryan. Questions or comments from team members? And we'll start with Brandon.
Hello. So yeah, I just had a quick question in regards to the Teanaway. When did the DNR acquire that that forest?
Actually, in October, it'll be the 10-year anniversary.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's really cool to see how much work has come along since.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount of work, and the advisory committee and all of the project partners really are to thank for that. So it's kind of a cool, unique thing to be a part of for sure.
Yeah, very cool. All right, thank you.
And Carrie. There you go.
Yeah. I'm curious, how many DNR boots will be on the ground in this project, and contract boots? How many boots are actually on the ground doing this work?
Well, this grant is hopefully going to provide funding for another set of boots to be on the ground performing this work. As it stands right now, I am one of two people that does work in the Teanaway, and we've got basically half a person, I guess a full person, doing work on all the rest of the sites. This grant will help us to continue that moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Crystal, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. I noticed you guys have added some camp spaces with the last grant to Beverly Dunes, and I'm wondering with this grant, how much, what percentage of this additional staff is going to be able to focus on Beverly Dunes?
Well, I don't know if I've got an exact percentage, but it's very much focused on those properties, specifically Beverly Dunes. We've got a whole bunch of work earmarked for Beverly Dunes, installing brand new picnic tables, fire rings, and really bringing that site. Fence work, again, you saw that sign, which was the entrance sign. We want to replace that. So Beverly Dunes, you know, I think sometimes the Tiana Way can take a little bit of the attention away from the rest of the region, but in fact, this position is going to very much focus on that other stuff.
Okay, and that was my concern. I know Tina Way's an adored child, so just wanted to make sure Beverly Dunes was going to get some love as well.
Totally. I was actually going to say that after the last comment because, you know, the Tiana Way it's very much loved, but these other sites are as well. And this grant is it's split, but very much focused on making sure those other sites are well kept, for sure.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, Ryan, I guess you've answered everything for this one.
I appreciate your time, everybody. Thank you very much.
Next up is Ann Tannen. Is that you, Jeff? Are you the person presenting?
Yes, I am, Marguerite.
Okay. So Jeff, if you double click on the mouse and then use your arrow keys to go back one more. And just remember that there's a slight delay at your end.
Okay.
I am going to reset my clock here.
Keep going back.
Giving people a minute or two to finish their scoring. So when you are ready, you may begin.
I can't get my slide to go back to the beginning.
Okay, so double click on it once more. Okay, now use your arrow key to go back. Now you can start.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Jones. I'm the Southeast Region Recreation Specialist for the Attanum State Forest. Assisting me today will be Stephanie Margine. This grant will provide NOVA funding for one person and rental equipment to perform campground, trailhead maintenance in the Attanum State Forest in southern Yakima County. This map shows the Southeast region that represents 15 counties or 43% of our state. The Attanum State Forest is the primary work location, serving 12 campgrounds, 4 trailheads, and 42 miles of ORV trails. This map represents the concentration of developed facilities in the Attanum State Forest. The green lines represent our Green Dot Trail Management System. With this tool, we are able to manage motorized use and vehicles properly licensed to include UTVs, ATVs, ORVs, Jeeps, and motorcycles may travel on any Green Dot trail. All others are open to non-motorized use. Centrally located in Washington's Cascade Mountains, the Attanum State Forest is known as a destination attraction for providing excellent motorized opportunities. As similar opportunities on public land become more restrictive, the facilities in the Attanum State Forest play a very important role in Washington recreation. This project is located within 30 miles of Yakima and Union Gap, whose combined population is 103,000, and 88% of our visitors are from Yakima County. The Attanum State Recreation Forest Plan is a publicly reviewed and adopted plan intended to guide DNR management of recreation and public access well into the future. This plan ensures we manage to provide our stated goals of providing quality recreational experiences that are safe and sustainable. The Attanum Maintenance Grant funding is the most critical element for the Attanum State Forest. It enables us to monitor conditions in our recreation sites and trails on a weekly basis and ensure repairs and maintenance are performed timely, which supports our goals and objectives for environmental stewardship and safe and sustainable recreation. NOVA funds are critical to provide the necessary labor, materials, and equipment. Without the funding, we cannot support our campgrounds, trails, and trailheads. Adjacent to the United States Forest Service and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Attanum State Forest provides a motorized connection to the National Forest and Fish and Wildlife land. This access supports many year-round motorized recreational activities. Due to the high volume of motorized use, we must ensure our trailheads, trails, and campgrounds are maintained and the restrooms are clean, stocked, and accessible. This picture is just one example of several environmental issues we face on almost a weekly basis. This is a dispersed camp which caused significant habitat damage. Other environmental issues we must address are mudding, illegal off-road travel, and vandalism to our restrooms, picnic tables, fire rings, and theft and destruction of our signs and kiosks. All combined pose an imminent threat of loss of recreation opportunities if not maintained and repaired. The Tanum State Forest is adjacent to the Natchez Ranger District, whose many off-road trails and facilities are linked to the Tanum State Forest. This creates a high concentration of developed and dispersed recreation opportunities in Yakima County, drawing visitors from all over the Northwest. The Tanum State Forest Green Dot Trail System provides a unique opportunity year-round that other working forests in the area do not have. Overcrowding occurs on a regular basis due to the popularity and availability of off-road recreation opportunities in the Tanum State Forest. This area is unique because of its high elevation subalpine forest and extraordinary views of the Cascade Range and year-round accessibility. The picture on the right is an example of the popularity of the Tanum State Forest and accessibility from the Natchez Ranger District Trail System. Each year we inventory and prioritize the needed maintenance of our sites and facilities. On the left is an example of work needing to be completed. The photo on the right is the work completed and maintenance and improvement to the site. This is an example of the work this position performs. We have a backlog maintenance work to perform in our campgrounds and trails each year, and each year we prioritize the work to be completed. This grant will ensure we complete our priority list and continue to regularly scheduled maintenance and improvements. The funding allows us to better maintain facilities, mitigate hazards, and provides a safe recreation opportunity for the public. The above picture is the before and after of Eagles Nest Vista. The Tanum State Forest is easily accessed by the public year-round. This includes paved parking and access to our ADA toilets and 7 ADA campsites. The picture above is a new installation of an ADA compliant kiosk in the Tanum Meadows campground. An ADA pathway will be added this spring. This provides accessibility for our recreational users with disabilities. Our Green Dot Trail System and Gray Rock Trail are both multi-use trail systems. Because of the motorized opportunity provided in the Tanum State Forest and the close and proximity to a close, large population, our trails are heavily used and in constant need of repair and maintenance. This applies to our trailheads and campgrounds too. As a result of our continued maintenance, our facilities and trails and trailheads are very popular destinations for off-road users. We saw a significant increase this past year in use, which strained our trails and facilities. Cell phone visitation data from 2020 shows an average of 30,000 visitors a month. 97% of those visitors are from Washington State. The Tanum State Forest has one ADA hunting unit, and while we've made great strides in updating our ADA sites and accessibility, persons with disabilities are our underserved user. One high priority on our maintenance backlog we are addressing is the installation of ADA compliant fire rings. This grant will provide funding for one full-time position and rental equipment to perform trailhead and campground maintenance and repairs. Trail maintenance activities include brushing trails, maintain culverts, drain ditch, and ditch outs, hardening sections of trail with crushed rock, and inspecting and maintaining bridges. Our maintenance goals are to maintain and make improvements to provide a safe, sustainable recreation experience while protecting the environment. Above is an example of completing a priority site. Our objective using our prioritized list of maintenance improvements and repairs is to continue bringing recreation sites off the backlog list. Facility maintenance will include litter removal, maintenance, and repairs to restrooms, signs, and campsites. The primary recreation opportunity provided by this grant is motorized recreation. The funding allows us to make necessary improvements to our trails, campgrounds, and trailheads. The photo on the left is one of our popular dispersed camping spots. The area was in such disarray that it was hard to meet the needs of all our users. This picture on the right is the improved area, including access for persons with disabilities. This greatly benefits our ADA motorized users and allows them to enjoy our forests and trails. Maintaining our trails, campgrounds, and trailheads provides increased opportunities for motorized recreation to our service area. Use from our service area and beyond continues to increase due to the popularity of the UTV class. It is imperative we maintain our high standard of cleanliness, well-maintained facilities, trails, and trailheads. This grant meets the needs by supporting the Tanum State Forest Recreation Plan by protecting a unique landscape and helping keep this heavily used, high concentration of recreation sites and trails open and accessible to the public. The pictures above are examples of our volunteers supporting our maintenance needs, such as picking up garbage and trail work at Blue Lake and new signage on the North Fork Cutoff Trail. We continue toward meeting the needs of our underserved user group by continually making improvements to our ADA campsites. The campsite on the left has since been completed with a new ADA picnic table and new compacted gravel. The UTV continues to be a game changer for persons with disabilities. It's allowing them the opportunity to be involved in off-roading and enjoy our facilities. These sites require regular compaction to ensure they meet ADA pathway requirements. The Tanum State Forest Plan is the driver for intended users having a voice and being involved in the planning process and prioritizing projects. Each year, DNR involves motorized and non-motorized groups in meetings to provide input and feedback involving the maintenance of DNR recreation sites in the Tanum State Forest. The Tanum State Forest Committee, Green Dot User Committee, volunteers, organizations, citizens, and a Forest Watch program all contribute to the planning process. This grant, the position the grant will fund is the lead for volunteer cleanup events, user group planning, and educational opportunities. In November 2022, DNR had a Yakima user group meeting. DNR has strong support for this project. The Tanum State Forest Plan is an example of support and endorsement for our request. In 21-22, our partnerships and volunteers contributed 1,104 volunteer hours, which was $19,872 in donated labor. We're beginning to see an uptick in volunteer support and activities. Our local media continues to support our efforts and provides the public with important recreational news and opportunities. The Tanum State Forest is recognized as the Mecca for motorized recreation across our state and our communities. By using our own equipment, we have been more efficient with our time and prioritized work. Our equipment and funding for rental equipment will allow us to get work done in a timely manner on our schedule of needs instead of waiting on or scheduling contractors. The UTV has allowed us to travel our high clearance trails with the necessary tools to improve trails more often and close and rehab illegal trails. I would estimate our cost per mile with staff time, equipment, WCC, and volunteers is approximately $100 a mile for maintenance. The net impact on availability of our trails and facilities were to be lost would devastate our motorized users and would significantly place undue pressure on adjacent landowners. The Tanum State Forest provides a very important opportunity for motorized recreation in the area. As for alternatives to this project, they're really not to consider in terms of funding this position. Our volunteer and user groups play an important role in our maintenance and operations, but they simply can't do the work that is necessary without this position. The Tanum State Forest continues to provide not only healthy outdoor activities, but supports our local communities and businesses as well as providing education opportunities at community events and schools. The economic output cannot be ignored in hospitality, goods and services related to motorized recreation. The 2020 value is estimated at $1.7 million in Yakima County. Environmental cost benefits by maintaining and improving sites and mitigating environmental concerns with proper signage, public education, and habitat protection will allow the Tanum State Forest to be managed for recreational motorized use for years to come. Why should you have confidence in us? Since 2012, we have made significant strides using RCO funding to improve the off-road facilities and trails in the Tanum State Forest. We have continually exceeded the expectations set forth and provided our users with a quality product and experience. Our facilities are some of the nicest in our service area. We take great pride in what has been accomplished, and rest assured, we will continue to fulfill our obligations to the motorized community in the Tanum State Forest if awarded this grant. Thank you for your time and support. And are there any questions?
Questions or comments from team members in regards to this project? Richard, go right ahead.
So on your metrics, the biggest cost item is total cost for trailhead and trailside maintenance at $129,000. Can you break that down a little bit?
Yeah, our trailheads and trailhead maintenance are probably more impacted by day use than any of our campgrounds, really. So the majority of that, it's as an example, to grade the parking lot, the trailheads, like $3,500 just for once to grade it. And it requires a lot of compaction, a lot of grading, a lot of cleanup to those sites and to those areas. And we're continually trying to have to rehabilitate where people cross across the parking lot and not using the ingress and egress of the parking lot. And so a lot of work goes into maintaining and rehabbing those trailheads.
So is it a combination of your own labor and some contractor labor?
It's yes, it is.
Okay.
And Nancy is next.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Nancy.
Been a while.
Yes.
Let me see. So remind me if I'm correct. This is also an ADA, a popular.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's very popular.
And then it's also a very popular snowmobile location as well.
Yes, it actually, the focus in the winter for us is not the snowmobile area, because that is now a snow park under state parks. So our focus is on the ever popular increasing snow wheeling, which occurs in our eastern part in the Cowiche Basin and Nasty Creek area, which requires a lot of garbage pickup, a lot of sign repair, things that go on in the winter time.
So this particular forest is very popular year round, is my understanding.
Absolutely.
And of course, I built an equestrian trail for you that one time.
Yes, you did. And it's really it's a beautiful trail, and it's actually getting a little bit of tread work last year and then this year too.
Awesome. Okay, thank you for backing me up there.
Jeff, how are you doing your maintenance work for your snowmobile activities? Are you using an RTP grant or a state parks grant for that?
I have some money from state parks to do the plowing, and then we have some money from state parks to do education and enforcement.
Excellent, thank you. Brandon.
Hi, Jeff. I was just curious how you got your figure. You mentioned it between like volunteer and everything else. Your average cost per mile comes out to about $100 a mile for maintenance. I'm curious where you got that.
Well, I probably think that's probably a little bit less, Brandon, but I take in what our vehicle mileage cost is, what the loaded wage of the employee who's actually would be working that day on trail, and then the $18 an hour volunteer. And then if we have to use like the mini excavator, or we have to use our trailer, those are all built-in costs that have a specific, like my pickup's 68 cents a mile. So, and then once you're on the trail, you factor in the number of hours per employee or per volunteer that you, and so basically it rounds out to about 105 an hour.
Oh, an hour. I thought you said per mile. My apologies.
Yeah, I probably did, but it roughs out to 105 a mile.
A mile, okay. That's where I'm not seeing that in the metrics on here. It's coming out closer to like 1,700 a mile.
Yeah.
Based on your ask for.
Right, but not every piece of the trails get all done every year. So they're just sections of trails we got to keep, catching up to. That's part of that maintenance backlog stuff.
Jeff, it just sounds like the numbers are a little low.
They probably are.
So I think that's what people are trying to figure out in terms of cost benefit when they're scoring that question.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's just real hard to gauge
Okay.
So I try to be fair about it where it kind of maybe lands. It might be low, it might land in the middle a little bit. So.
Okay, thank you. Nancy?
This is a green dot system. So when you say 42 miles of trail, are you including all those green dot roads that also need to be maintained?
No, that's the.
Okay,
great.
I think that might be the discrepancy that he's taught that we're seeing, because we're not seeing all those roads have to have maintenance in that area, correct? Because
Correct.
they're all open to motorized on the
Correct.
green dots system. Okay.
So the 42 miles is the Gray Rock, the parts of the 613 and 619 Jeep Trail, and then our own Jeep trails that are actually in there as actual ORV trails. But then our road system, which
And there
allows,
you have for that.
what's that?
Yeah, in the that are open to motorized on the green dot.
Yeah, those main green dot, not all of them, but if you take your Middle Fork, North Fork, those are maintained by our engineer in terms of what he deems they gets graded or what gets rock or whatever. Ours
Okay, so that's not part of this?
No, ours are specifically those 47 miles of Jeep trail.
Okay.
An ORV trail. But all of those roads that we have that the engineers take care of are all driven by the motorized community, and then recreation is responsible for doing all the green dotting and ensuring they're all green dotted. That'd be our maintenance piece.
So that would sort of fall under your signage management and trailhead stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Brandon, did you get your questions answered?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jeff. I think that's all the questions or comments for you.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
We hope to share the results with you next week.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So do me a favor and don't touch the mouse for a minute. Okay, now you can go for it. I'm going to close this one out. And we are going to the Cle Elum Ranger District. And Jared, is that you that's here to present?
No, this is John Simon. I'm using Jared's computer. I'm at his place.
Oh, hi,
He
John.
gave me a technical assistance.
Okay. Okay, so John, why don't you double click to see if you have control of the mouse?
Double click.
And now use your arrow keys to go back. Excellent. So I am going to reset my clock. And you may begin.
Thank you. This is John Simon with the Cle Elum Ranger District. And this is the north zone of our ORV maintenance requests. And the area that we're talking about is north of Interstate 90 and covers both sides of 97, as you see there in the state. And you can see that we're almost dead center of the state, and we get all the people from Interstate 90 and 97 north and south. This is the trail systems, the area of the trail systems that we're going to be talking about. We have approximately 160 miles of single track trail in this area and approximately 70 miles of 4x4, and these are all actual trails. None of them are on roads. Here's the area that's up in the Cle Elum Valley and in the Teanaway. They're abutted to next to the community forest to the south and east on this area. And this is Table Mountain area. And in this area is where we had the fire in 2012. And at this moment, last year and this year, we're getting really heavy downfall of all the roots that have rotted out and the trees that are falling across the trail. Just for an example, we also do the snowmobile grooming in this area, but before each season, there were sections of over 500 trees down per mile, and that also equates to our trail systems. And we have heavy use and lots of volunteer use, but you can see that we have a lot of single track traffic on our single track trails, and we have a lot of Jeeps coming out and using our Jeep trail system, both up towards Gallagher Lake, Fortune Creek, and all of Table Mountain, and also west of 97. And down below, you can see all the horse people and backcountry horsemen that also use Table Mountain. And along with that, it's true multi-use trails where you can see motorcycles and horses all in the same campsites. And we have lots of heavy maintenance needs for these areas. With all the Jeeps that come and use it, we also get a lot of volunteer help. And we use unique ways to get in material for building bridges that need bridging over small streams and mud areas. We use volunteers and use our trailers as needed. And we also have areas where we have to put in switchbacks or regrade our trails going up on the single track trails. That one's headed up towards Sassy Ridge. And we have to have lots of volunteer help fixing areas that might need a little bit of hardening in mudded areas. And with the volume, down below is an example of what's happening now. That's on one of the roads, but if you go on our trails, it looks exactly the same every spring that we go out. And our volunteers, both the horse people, the Jeep groups and the motorcycle groups, they're really essential for helping us, but they can't cover the full mileage that we need to get covered to open up all of our trails. In a lot of these places, we even have to take our equipment to clean off all the trails that otherwise there's no place to put the trees as we push them off the trails. Also, with this, we're on the question too, the need satisfaction. We monitor the type of use that's out there, whether it's motorcycle use, Jeep trail use, horse use. We have trailheads and we have campgrounds. We monitor the use there, and we plan and implement the projects. As we know, the backcountry horsemen come in just before the 4th of July every year to help us up on Table Mountain. They come in to Ken Wilcox campground. And so we have to get all the hazard trees down up there before they come. And also before Memorial Day, we get a lot of Jeep clubs coming in to help us log out the Jeep trails before Memorial Day weekend. As you can see here, here's another thing that we were doing this year up at Ken Wilcox. We were using our excavator to pull out the old broken picnic tables and that was Mountain to Sound Greenway. They helped us. They bought some of the material. They helped us put some of the tables back in, and where they were quite essential in helping us get a lot of this stuff done. And they're helping more and more all the time with the needs that we have in getting volunteers out there and helping us coordinate some of our volunteer parties. And so all the different groups are actually working together, the motorized groups, Backcountry Horsemen, and also Mountain to Sound Greenway are helping us. And here's an example of things that we run into on the upper right-hand corner are people assessing falling hazard trees. Lower right, we're helping volunteers help us putting in some of the bridges that need to be done to alleviate some of our environmental hazards. On the left is log out that we will encounter and our volunteers will encounter big trees, small trees. It takes a lot of effort between us and the volunteers to get everything cut out. And at the bottom, you can see that we're still working later into the year when there's snow. Our trails are used from when the snow is leaving until the snow comes back. In the fall time, it's used heavily by the hunters. And in the springtime, everybody's wanting to get it out of their houses as soon as possible. This is a dry land forest for the most part, and so they're trying to get away from where they live, where it might be a little bit wetter, over into some of the drier areas. Project support. We have support from all the different groups of the 4x4 clubs, the NMA. They go out and help us log out the trails. They help us with the campgrounds. The Jeep clubs, like I said, they come out every year and help us clean up the area. They help us log out trails and help us assess the 4x4 trails and where we might need future projects. The Backcountry Horsemen go out and help us every year on top of Table Mountain. They help us maintain and clean up the campgrounds up there. And they also go out on the trails and spend hundreds of hours out there on the trails every year. This is another look at different groups going out and helping us. The Jeep clubs, hardening areas that just may be a wet, boggy area or may have water running in the springtime. And again, the Backcountry Horsemen are really invested in the area. They helped us put in, after the 2012 fire, they helped us reestablish 6 bridges, and then they are since then helping us maintain those trails and make sure that the bridges are fully maintained. And we couldn't do it without all of our volunteers. For this project, the RCO cost is $191,500, Forest Service $21,000. The cost per mile is $416. The benefit that we get is for the community around us. It helps bring in all the people into the community that want to go out and do other things. It also is a benefit to the whole state of Washington because we are centrally located. We get to maintain the trailheads and other facilities that are used by recreationists, and we get to maintain in the North Zone 230 miles of trails. These are single track trails and double track trails. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Questions or comments from team members? And it looks like we're starting with Crystal.
Hey, Jared, thank you for your work out there and good presentation for us today. I had a question for you. I'm noticing you've got like 21,000 of donated general labor, and it seems like in your hours seem kind of low. I'm just knowing how much the 4x4 community alone, without even having complete visibility to the dirt bike and ATV community up there. Are you not using all of the hours they're giving, or are they logged conservatively?
It's a very conservative thing. I've experienced over the past that you want to be more conservative than more liberal with the hours, so that we can show the state that we've actually used these hours.
Okay.
We get much more than this, and we actually split the volunteer hours between a lot of the groups have their own grants that they're applying for, so we have to split the hours with them. And we also split the hours with our E&E program, because while they're out maintaining, they're also doing public contact for us. And so we have to truly show how we split the hours.
Hey, that makes sense. I know you guys, it's a pretty remote area to volunteer in, so just even your numbers are impressive at that point. But just was guessing they were probably conservative. Just wanted that confirmed. Thank you.
Anybody else with questions about the North Zone ORV maintenance project? Brian, go ahead.
Hi, Jared. Nice job. A lot of work. That's obvious. I'm just curious, what type of trailer are you guys picking up? You said utility trailer, and I saw a couple in there that were like old Army trailers and stuff. But what are you guys thinking?
We are still using those trailers. We have some really old utility trailers that we put our equipment on that were bought back in the late 90s. And so we're trying to replace all of our utility trailers that we haul our Jeeps on, our trailers on, our equipment on.
Yeah, awesome. You can tell you're doing a lot of work with it, so I'm sure it's well worth it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for John about this project? Hearing none. So John, are you going to do the south?
Yes, I am.
All right. Then I won't take away your controls. I'm just ask you once again to double click.
Do we need to double click again?
Yes.
I think we're good, aren't we? Okay.
No, check it, because I had to open up the presentation, so.
Oh.
It says it's waiting for you to control my screen, so there you go.
No,
you got it. To go back.
You know, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks.
You're doing just fine. All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop and reset my clock. And so you may now begin.
All right, thank you. We just covered the north zone of the Cleveland Ranger District. This is the south zone, and it is the area south of Interstate 90. And these are also multi-use trails. They are not designated for any single use, except we distinguish between single track and double track trails. Again, I tried to bring up a different map so you don't get bored of the same old map all the time. There's the Cleveland Ranger District, and you can see that it is centrally located. We do get as many people from Yakima, Wenatchee, Moses Lake, Spokane, and all of the greater Seattle area. And you saw this before. Now it's about the southern half of the district. And we have 125 miles of the single track trails, but what we need to always also distinguish here is that they are connected to the trails in the Natchez Ranger District. So everybody that's over there, they come over and use our trails and vice versa. So these are essential trails to connect people from one side to the other. And we also have four-wheel drive trails. Everything I'm talking about is trails and not roads. And the campgrounds here, we have some large campgrounds that RCO helped us put in and maintain. Here's a more close-up view of the trail system. You can see how all the trails are connected in the south zone. So you can ride for the 100 and some miles and not get on the same trail twice. And it goes from down at Tatum Junction down in this area. We start out with our easiest trails, and by the time people get way back in the woods, that's our most difficult trails. So we try and keep the easy trails down low for everybody, and as they warm up, then it gets into more difficult. I just wanted to show this again because in our county and in this area, this is the major trail system that is multi-use trail system that is not roaded. It is away from the road area, and it is a real benefit for the whole Kittitas County. A lot of people coming here to use this all over the state. We get even people from Canada, Oregon, Idaho to come to use these trails. Okay, we do have areas that need lots of maintenance. There's a progression here on the upper left where everybody said something that needed to be done. We did something, and then we put in some punching, and then fire went through and burned it up, so we had to put it in again. So there's always a continuous need depending on the circumstances and things that happened out in the woods. As you can see below the bikes, they're stopped in the trail helping log out, but there's also a lot of whoops and bumps in the trails that we have to take equipment down through and try and smooth out again. In the bottom middle one, you can see that there's horse people interacting with motorcycle people, and there's also bicycle people that interact with everybody else. So we have to be out there to make sure that there's room on the trail in some places for people to bypass each other. These are not one-way trails, and so they have to be signed accordingly. And the bottom left is also Tatum Junction, where there's toilets, but it's a dispersed area where people can come in, but we maintain it as a camping trailhead. It is not a campground, but a camping trailhead. That way they can use their pass, their Northwest Pass to camp there. And the upper left-hand corner, you see all the cars there for this weekend. It's a 50K run, and they run on our trails more towards the fall time, so that the motorcycle people help out with it, and they also give room for these people to do their events, and so there's good cooperation between all the different groups. This little structure up in the right-hand corner, it's way back up in the woods where people just go and they can stop and talk to each other and wait up for each other. It's a Tatum shelter. Again, there's multiple people camping, and we have to take care of our campsite areas as well as our trail areas. In this one, you can see that there are slides and stuff that happen across our trails. And so we have to get in there. We rely on our user groups that help us all log out to tell us where there's areas that have been impacted by more than just trees down. We took our equipment in there and reestablished trails. So we rely on our volunteers to just come in and help us log out, but they also let us know if there's trees too big for them, if there's environmental damage somewhere that we need to take a look at or try and repair. And again, there's a lot of bridges out in the South Zone, and a lot of them I put in over 25 years ago, and so they're starting to deteriorate. So we have to go back in there, and we do bridge inspections every year. And when they get to an area where they're unsafe, then we have to go back in and replace them. We rely on volunteers to help us replace the bridges. We bring in the material. We work side by side with them to keep the trails open for everybody. Another thing that we do is this one's above Lost Lake and Monastash campground area, and we find the areas that really need environmental assistance. And so instead of letting people just drive across creeks, we're constantly upgrading our trail system to get people out of the water. And we monitor these areas, and we work with the volunteer groups on all the different kinds of trails that we have to keep them open and environmentally safe as possible. Accomplishing the goals, we do use the backcountry horsemen in these areas. We do use the NMA motorcycle group to help us log out. We do use the Jeep clubs to help us put structures together. We could not do any of this work without all of our partners. They are really essential for helping us accomplish all of the goals that we have. And without them, we could not do the work. And this is some of when we accomplish the goals. We try and make it look natural, but again, we have to use all of the things that all the equipment that you see here was bought with our RCO money, and we use it on our trail systems. Our volunteers get to help us in everything that we do to accomplish our goals, and they help us point out their areas that do need the work and to accomplish it. You can see here that again, we're trying to keep people out of the streams and protect the environment on the trails that we are using. The project support, again, it's motorcycle clubs help us. Mountain Sound Greenway has been helping us with our volunteer stuff and getting us some picnic tables, and we're really getting involved with them. The Jeep clubs are essential for keeping our trails open and maintained. We're trying to get some of them up to speed so that they can use some of our little excavators that we said that we were going to be doing. So we have to do training on all of our equipment, and we get great volunteer support and calls all the time. Again, we're keeping our hours conservative. We get much more than this volunteer labor, but we need to keep it conservative so that so all of our volunteer partners can also use some of the volunteer hours for the things that they want to do. And this one, we're getting 188,000, again, 21,000 from the Forest Service. Cost per mile is 560 each year. The benefit is 168 miles of maintained trails, trailheads, and campgrounds. And we do begin from when the snow melts until it falls in the fall time. In fact, in the beginning, when the snow is just melting, we give special passes to our volunteers to help us log out to the snow melt, and they can tell us how far that they got. Again, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments for John? Crystal, we'll start with you.
Hey, John. Yeah, just reiterating again, I can see through these two presentations that you have a really good working relationship with the volunteers, and I appreciate that you allow them the opportunity to use some hours to fill their grants. That doesn't happen everywhere, so thank you for that. And everything looks good. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Gary.
Hi, John. Crystal just stole my thunder. I was just going to thank you for all the efficiencies you're doing with the work there and coordination between all the different groups. I thought the one about the runners doing their big race and the motorcycle folks helping out with that was pretty cool. So thank you.
Thank you.
John, you said you helped to build some of these trails 25 years ago.
More than that, actually. But yeah, I've been putting in on our district. I've helped build and been the lead on build of over 80 bridges on our district.
Wow, it's a lot of work. Andrea.
Yeah, hi, John. Thanks for the presentation. I just had a question. You have a lot of backlogged maintenance miles, and I was just wondering, are you able to hit all of those miles in the season and do just sort of, is it log out and, just kind of keeping them passable, or what kind of maintenance is happening on those miles?
Well, thank you for the question, Andrea. We really rely on our volunteers, and they do a majority of our log out for us, but they also report back to us that the areas that they can't maintain themselves, and those are the areas that we concentrate on maintaining, whether it's a stretch of trails that we need to take the excavator down, or whether it's a bridge that has fallen apart in the winter time, or mudslides have come down. And so the volunteers are really essential for maintaining all of our trails, and we do get all of our trail system logged out every year due to the volunteers, and we're able to concentrate on the bigger stuff.
Great, thank you.
Other questions or comments for John and his Cle Elum projects that are all about ORV maintenance? Well, John, it looks like you have answered all the questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Marie.
We are going to take a break. So team members, our next project proposal is up at 250. See you back then.
Testing, testing.
It works.
Wow, hey, way to go, kick butt. I know everybody else can hear this too, so hopefully they're out on a break. Man, you're a tough act to follow. That was fun. All right, well, I'll get off.
Anyway.
I see you, John. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has indeed. Well, you're
Yeah.
gonna get to see me stumble and fall, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to watching.
Oh, good.
Watching the
You know,
show.
this is Deb's wheelhouse.
But we'll talk to you later or sooner.
Good, yeah.
Yep.
Let's catch up sometime.
That'd be good. It's been a long time.
It has. I know.
And you're still working.
Yeah, few more years. At
Oh,
the
it feels
agency
really,
doesn't take me out.
it feels great on the other side.
I'm sure. Deb and John tell me the same thing.
Yeah. All right, we'll see ya.
Take care. Hi, Marguerite.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Are you presenting the next project or two?
I am. Yep,
Are you going to present both of them or just this one?
just this one.
Okay. That sounds good. I'm giving everybody just a chance to get to their computers.
And then there's methods that I can direct the slides.
So hold on.
Okay.
Don't touch mouse. Okay. Now double click the mouse.
Okay.
And then
So-
move your slide forward one. Okay, and use your arrow keys to go back.
Okay, I went crazy.
Exactly. So you got to remember there's just a slight delay.
Oh, okay.
And there you are. You're back at the beginning.
Yep.
Okay, I am resetting my timer.
I see. Yeah, there's quite a bit of delay. Got it.
All right. Want to go back to your first slide?
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like you've lost control, so double click again. Okay, now you have control. Now hit your back arrow. There you are.
Okay, great.
And I've got my timer all set, so you may begin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is John Morrow, and I've worked with the Cle Elum Ranger District's Trails and Wilderness Program for many years. And some of you on the committee may recognize my name primarily as the lead wilderness ranger who has administered our wilderness education and enforcement grant for many cycles. This is the non-motorized trail maintenance and operations grant for Cle Elum Ranger District. As John Simon mentioned, and you folks mostly know, Cle Elum Ranger District is located right in the center of the state along the east slopes of the Cascades. Many of our non-motorized trails are right up against the Cascade Crest. And for example, the Pacific Crest Trail crosses I-90 right at Snoqualmie Pass, which is about 50 miles from Seattle and less than 25 from North Bend. Kittitas County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state. And we're adjacent to the most populated counties in Puget Sound that are also experiencing quite a bit of growth, and people are moving to Washington for the healthy outdoor lifestyle and the beautiful scenery of which Cle Elum Ranger District has in abundance and is one of the most popular areas to recreate in the state. This is our non-motorized trail system in yellow, and it accesses some of the more remote regions of the Cascades, areas of the Cascades, and both in and outside of congressionally designated wilderness. Our total mileage is 320 miles. More than 2/3 of that mileage is open to stock. About 140 miles of the 320 are in Alpine Lakes Wilderness. Of the non-wilderness mileage, most of the non-wilderness mileage is open to mountain bikes. What is the need for this project? Well, we all know that trail maintenance is a long-term investment. Trees fall, brush grows, snow melt and rainwater overtakes trails, and human patterns on the trails change. Like like many others. We have the typical annual maintenance needs to address, like winter blowdown, clogged drainage of all forms, rapid growth of brush, since much of our non-motorized trail system is up against the wet Cascade crest. But we're also susceptible to bigger events such as large snow avalanches that cross the trail midwinter, leaving deadfall, and flood pulses that cause stream channel changes, leading to loss of tread or erosion and undercutting. There's always backlog maintenance to do, and outside of just minimal Forest Service appropriated dollars used for administrative and inapplicable grant costs, the NOVA funds we receive at this grant have been and continue to be our major funding source for non-motorized trails. Some other backlog maintenance needs. We've had large wildfires burning over our district trails, creating additional intensive trail maintenance, large amounts of blowdown as the tree roots rot, and the lack of vegetation from the fire causing tread loss. And then what comes next is the intense amount of brush growing up in the burn area. Most of our structures are nearing the tail end of their usable life, and we're looking to replace those before they become hazardous. We're also witnessing tread deterioration over time due to heavy use, the extensive trail mileage we have in the remote areas, and our small crew sizes. Clay Island Ranger District is a destination for many users, which lead to weekly traffic jams on Interstate 90 and trailheads that are not only full, but actually have parallel parking up to half a mile, 3/4 of a mile down the access road. And then online media has brought more attention to our trails. I just show examples of the Washington Trails Association Hike Finder, or apps like On X Maps, which is the one on the left. Gaia is another. They all come complete with trail reviews and user trip report links to make our portion of our district even more visible. How do we plan to fulfill the needs? The Forest Service has an agency mission, and it has 4 outcome-oriented goals, 2 of which relate directly to trails. 1, to sustain our nation's forests and grasslands, and 2, to deliver benefits to the public. Our non-motorized trail program meets these goals by making sure our maintenance is comprehensive and that it considers the environmental and social concerns in a changing world. We believe in keeping traditional backcountry skills alive, maintaining relationships with our partners to leverage more field work, and developing the skills of the next generation of our trail workers. I realize that we actually don't need to answer sustainability and environmental stewardship, but more on need fulfillment. Thanks to the NOVA funding in our previous cycle, we're able to accomplish the work that I listed here on the slide during the past 2 field seasons. And I want to emphasize how much our partners depend on us district staff, experienced district staff, for planning and technical and logistical support for their projects. And each season in our annual work plan, we pick away at our backlog maintenance. Our setting is definitely predominantly natural. The district has 82,000 acres of Alpine Lakes wilderness, where the 140 miles of wilderness trail is, and that's designated by Congress. Wilderness has four main qualities of what's called qualities of wilderness character, and naturalness is one of those. We have 80 miles of the Pacific Crest Trail, 50 of which is in Alpine Lakes wilderness, and it's some of the most scenic and natural trail mileage around. And then we have the Teanaway roadless backcountry, where another large portion of our trail miles are, and that's where mountain bikes would be permitted outside of our trail miles are, and that's where mountain bikes would be permitted outside of wilderness. And it's a very unique area geologically and naturally, especially when larches are changing color. It actually meets the criteria for wilderness because it has those natural qualities. And each of these have management plans that ensure that we are maintaining to that natural quality. Our project support, you could break down into two categories. The one being our many partner groups. Numerous of these we've worked with for more than 20 years. And then the other being the local governments and agencies that support our programs. The county and the local cities are very supportive of our efforts. They know that the need for maintained trails contributes to the local economy and the quality of life in the county. How is our cost to benefit ratio maximized? Well, thanks to our long-term relationships with partners and our efforts to recruit new partners, we receive up to 6,000 hours of labor assistance each year. For RCO's investment, there are multitudes of benefits to the people, the environment, and the economy, as I list on this slide. We also maintain all the tools and specialized equipment to sustain the program over time. And we share our pack string with the Wenatchee River Ranger District. We also, of course, have the vehicles to deliver us and our trail materials reliably to the trailheads. This all leads to very efficient use of RCO dollars. You know, we have a long history of working with RCO grants, and this allowed us to maintain the skills and knowledge to work most efficiently and share these skills with our partners. And we use the RCO money primarily, almost exclusively on the ground for salary, with some additional costs like camping subsistence, replacement of equipment and supplies, and pack string support, all of which just relates to maximizing the efficiency on the ground. I ran out of time. Thank you for listening to the presentation. I'd love some questions, and also just want to throw out a little recognition to the folks on my last slide. That's my one historical slide. Some of you will recognize the faces of Deb Davis and John Herman, who were my predecessors who sat before me in this presentation chair.
Thank you, John. We're going to start our questions with, or comments with, a question or comment from Crystal.
Okay.
Hi, John. Great presentation. So I had a question for you. You mentioned 6,000 volunteer hours per year from your volunteers. So that would be 12,000 over the course of a 2-year grant. So how come we're not leveraging all of that as your match?
Yeah, well, two reasons, and that's a great question. Crystal, it's one that actually is pretty high on my mind a lot. As you know, our primary partners are BCHW, Washington Trails Association, Pacific Crest Trail Association, and Mountains of Sound Greenway. Each of those entities now have multiple high value RTP grants, and they are the ones that are actually leveraging the one-to-one match. Sometimes honestly, they're even going beyond that, and like a 1.5 ratio of match to 1 hour, one part ask, just because they have it to show. But I often get in discussions with them about like, hey, could we share this a little bit more? We love having them. It means a lot to me to be out in the field with them. Just sort of, it is bringing our match down in this non-motorized grant all the way down to 20.1%, because I get scared in year 2 that I'm really, scraping with them to eke out as much extra match that they can spare for their match needs.
That makes sense then. I mean, congratulations on having such an incredible volunteer force out there. That's nice to see. It shows some great cooperation. So thank you for your work out there.
Sure. The one other thing about that number, it jumped quite a bit because of GAOA. And what we have now is through the supervisor's office, Northwest Youth Corps is receiving large dollars to GAOA dollars to come work on us. That, and that is at no cost to the district, and it just provides that additional labor source. Okay. Hopefully that's going to continue over time. That was about 2,000 hours actually over the last 2 years.
So just to be clear to all NOVA Advisory Committee members, the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board's policy is that you cannot double count match. So for any of those nonprofit organizations that apply for recreational trails program grants, they identify a certain number of dollars as match for their own projects. As a result, they will only report a certain number of hours for Forest Service or DNR or anybody else's projects, because our rule is that you do not double count match. That means you would be getting credit for the same dollars over and over again. And that's not quite honest. And we want to make sure that everybody is being clear and honest in terms of the volunteer hours. So that's one of the reasons why they're a little bit more conservative. They may put a lot more labor in it, but RCO is giving them a grant for their labor as well. So I just want to make sure that's clear. It's not because they don't love these projects. It's because there's multiple ways of getting them done, and they are applying for grant funds for their labor. Materials, equipment is primarily for the equipment and the resources they need to run their program as the grant funds they apply for as well. Gary.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm somewhat familiar with trails over there, and know those are some of the more difficult trails around to maintain. And I appreciate seeing you guys getting virtually all those dollars to boots on the ground out there behind the shovel and behind the saws. So good job.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next up is Randy.
Thanks, Marguerite. And thanks, John. Great presentation. Hey, I'm just wondering how much difficulty you have recruiting. I guess this is going to be a 6-person crew. How hard is that to do?
Yeah, at the risk of how I score, it's getting harder. The truth is, part of that is due to the agency-wide technique that we have now for doing hiring in one big region-wide block. So it has proved to be a challenge. And this summer, we may run just 1 crew lead and 4 crew. I have a vacancy that I have yet to fill. Might try to do it through Student Conservation Association. I'm actually really concerned about the next round.
Oh, great. Well, thanks for that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Marguerite.
Are you
explained that
presenting?
match great.
Are you presenting the next project?
Nope, that'll be Lindsay.
Okay, Lindsay, where are you?
I am here. I'm waiting for, oh, there we go.
There you are. Good to see you.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
So Lindsay, I'm going to turn the mouse controls over to you folks. By the way, Forest Service staff should know they can use widescreen view to create their PowerPoint slides. We are so fine with that. Okay, Lindsay, why don't you double click? Okay, and use your arrow key to go back. So are you using the arrow key on your keyboard?
Yeah.
So double click again. And now try using your arrows to go back. Are you using a keyboard or are you using an iPad or something else?
Just my keyboard.
And are your keys locked? So,
No.
okay, I'm going to go back for you.
Okay.
And it says you're still controlling it, so you should be able to go forward.
Okay.
So
do you want me to try it or do you want me to start right
yeah,
here?
why don't you try it?
Okay.
Just use your keyboard and see, can you go forward?
No, I can
Okay,
even
so
go-
try your mouse and see, can you go forward? Okay, so hang on just a second. I'm going to try something here. See if I can get my pointer options up. Wanted to make sure I get rid of these options. Okay, so I don't want that. Trying to clear it all out, so maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Okay, now try. It says it's waiting for you, so double click. Okay, now see, can you go backwards? Okay, then I'm going to take it back. And then you just go forward, and if it doesn't go for you, just say next, and I'll take care of it.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, then I'm ready to start the clock.
All right, let's go. Okay, my name is Lindsay Pruitt. I'm the new recreation manager for the Cle Elum Ranger District. I asked that you guys just all met most of my team. I asked that they stay on because I am new. I'm only about a year into this position, but not new to public lands. I've been in for about 18 years. I told myself I'd never work in a busy place again. I worked on the I-5 corridor in Oregon, and so I traded that job for this one. So all I did was change from I-5 in Oregon to I-90 in Washington now. So anyways, today I'm presenting on our front country maintenance and operations. So go ahead to the next slide. Like John Simon and John Morrow were talking about, this is where our district lies within the National Forest. It is the center of the state. You can see it's easily accessible by all populations throughout the state and other states. It's very easily accessible, mostly because of Interstate 90 going right through the middle of our district. Next slide. Everyone here today has heard about our robust trails program, our maintenance between motorized and non-motorized, and you can see that equally as such, our access points is typically what I refer to as the front country. People coming to camp and park use these places as access points. We have a very large, robust program. between 17 campgrounds, 30 trailheads, 5 boat launches, over 375 dispersed campsites, 2 rental cabins, and numerous day use areas. Next. When we think about the funding and why we are applying for these grants, for me, it's important that we have a lot of boots on the ground, our staff to make those contacts with visitors, but also keeping these places safe and clean for the public, and what's sustainable, like keeping up to date on these little tasks right now, and then utilizing our Great American Outdoor Act funds coming up. This next round of cycle, what I'm implementing is new kiosks and interpretive signage to provide education for our visitors. So this grant will help us have staff that can actually implement these projects to better serve the public. Next. So one of the biggest things on my mind while working in recreation is what decisions can we make that are sustainable in recreation? How can we implement projects that give us a longer longevity, so we're not having to replace or spend millions of dollars replacing things? What are innovative ways that, you know, we can have a campground upkeep, like fire rings, provide signage? These are all important things that we need to consider for sustainable recreation for our forest plan and for our staff. Next. So our visitor use, I am new into this position, and I would like for in this cycle of funding, I do want to provide traffic counters, get kind of more real hard data for our visitors. It's stated that we have approximately 252,000 visitors, and you think any weekend, if you go to like Esmeralda Trailhead, there's well over 300 cars in that parking area, which only has typically around 40 spots. So people are parking alongside the road and down. Most of us, if you've been to a Costco, you know that typically has 300 cars in that parking lot. So just to give you a good visual of what it's like at one of our trailheads on the weekend in the summer. We do see projected increase in use because of our location and our easy access to these forested lands. And out of all the districts, I would say that we are the most easily accessible district because of the I-90 corridor. Next. So our need is health and safety. What we do for the front country maintenance and operations is a lot of trash removal. We do hazard tree mitigation. We do restroom cleaning. We clean up abandoned campfires. Wildland fires are increasing, and our goal is to keep up on the abandoned fires to make sure no fires are left unattended. Next. So what we do when staff comes on board, this grant would fund, you know, boots on the ground. Our employees are staffing for brushing sites, maintaining facilities, posting information as well, just keeping our recreation sites open, clean, and welcoming for visitors to not only use this year, but to continue coming back every year after that. We do have some unique recreational opportunities within our district. We have rental cabins. We also have group sites for the larger groups that want to have their whole entire family there for a reunion or weddings. We have those, a lot of those. One unique thing is, if you see the picture in the top right, I would like to eventually open Thorpe Mountain Lookout as a possible rental as well for people to utilize, to stay in, to provide another unique opportunity for the visitors. Next. We do have a large list of deferred maintenance. One of the things, like I said, I'm implementing this next year is to place over 30 brand new kiosks and interpretive education signage that will benefit the visitors. But needing staffing to help implement these projects are key for on the ground. And it will just get folks to keep coming back year after year. Okay, next. Sorry, sightseeing is misspelled. I didn't catch that before I uploaded it. These are just a couple of things that our district provides to visitors. You know, our front country sites are key access points to the wilderness, the Alpine Lakes wilderness. You know, camping for families, whether it be their first time or they want to keep coming back because they had this positive experience for camping on our district. It is beautiful. I think most everyone knows that this entire forest is beautiful, incredible sightseeing, bird watching. We have numerous multiple use trails, bicycling, target shooting. So this is kind of what all of our sites provide access to. Next. Last summer was my first summer on this district, and I thought it was pretty incredible. After working 18 years on public lands, I did not have one restroom complaint, which I think is pretty awesome. Not only do I do a contract to have our restrooms cleaned multiple times, but then also staffing will clean them on the weekend and put more toilet paper in there, so that you just want to provide a clean facility for visitors to use to draw them, to keep them coming back. Maintaining our fire rings, keeping those clean, and then we have a lot of trash. We spent a lot of money doing dump runs, but what it provided then was a wonderful visitor experience. Next. So this last summer, what we did was we assessed over 800 hazard trees, and we were able to open up a campground because of staffing, having sufficient staffing to open a popular campground that had been closed for a couple years due to hazard trees. So that was great, opening up a campground again to have visitors use that again. We also worked with our partners, Mountains to Sound Greenway. We implemented a very large public lands day where we had over 120 volunteers signed up to clean up trash on Lake Spelei Beach. We worked on brushing projects at trailheads. We also put in new picnic tables at Beverly Campgrounds. And we are starting to upkeep, and we will have better signage moving forward this summer. So like we've been saying, it helps to keep our sites attractive. And anytime we see deferred maintenance, you know, prioritizing it. And that's what we're doing now, is coming up with a 5-year plan. What are we tackling first? How do we prioritize this? And how do we work with our partners to also help get more projects done so that we can maintain these clean sites? Yep. And then another thing that we provide is we do have 3 large stock campgrounds. We have 2 historic rental cabins. And I think it's really cool when you visit a campground and you enter in the CCC historic structure, like a picnic shelter for your family. And so one of the things I'd like to do is implement like educational signage to talk about these CCC cabinets. So not only are you getting to experience that unique opportunity, but you get to learn about it well. Also providing ADA campsites and where can we expand that opportunity. And we do have 2 items listed for, you know, expanding ADA compliance for trail use as well. As you can see, we have a lot of partners here in place. It has been very, I guess, heartwarming. I guess I want to use the word, because the partners are great to work with, like coming here and having an already well-established partner group. Writing my rec report, I noticed last year we had the most across the forest. We had over 14,000 volunteer hours. And that just shows you the team that we have of noting that these partnerships are important and how do we maintain them and keep moving forward. Our setting is predominantly natural. It's a forested setting. Most of our sites and trails are near water sites, streams, lake beds, or views. just the jaw-dropping views is why people come back to these front country sites to go camping to have this kind of experience. Okay, next. Project support. I had just talked a couple of times about, Mountains to Sound Greenway, Backcountry Horsemen. All of these partners assist us with maintenance and operations projects. We wouldn't be where we're at today without them and without RCO funding. Cost benefit. This year, just in the front country alone, we had about 1,500 hours of labor. The RCO grant is $150,000, our match $101,000, so the total being $251,000. Okay. And that's all. So I wanted to thank everyone for listening, and please let me know what questions you might have.
Questions or comments from team members? And go ahead, Richard.
You have a volunteer program that you directly manage yourself. People who are volunteering explicitly for the Forest Service.
We do not. One thing that I started to kick off this summer was a volunteer trailhead steward program that we will start partnering with Mountains to Sound Greenway this summer to have folks assisting us with brushing, but also making those education and enforcement contacts, mostly education contacts with the public. But currently we do not have a forest specific volunteer program, but I'm working on it.
Other questions or comments? Nancy, go ahead.
When I'm looking in the matrix and facility maintenance, does the campground maintenance, does that include pumping the toilets as well for the season?
It does. Yep. And last year I spent $48,000, which we have the highest pumping costs throughout the forest.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or clarifications needed or comments? Lindsay, it sounds like you've covered everything for everybody on that one.
Whew, okay.
So are you presenting this one?
I am, yep. Yeah, you guys are getting a lot of Lindsay time right now.
That's quite all right. Okay, I'm going to stop and reset the clocks for you. And when you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Or do you want me to try to click to go forward?
You can try, double click first.
Okay. Nope. Okay.
You can just say next, that works.
Yep, that works. Yeah, thank you for helping me out on this. So, okay, our next grant, the Cle Elum Ranger Station District Sanitation Maintenance and Operation Grant. Next slide. We went over this on my first presentation, located within the Cle Elum Ranger District. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we do place approximately 24 sanitation rentals throughout our district during the busiest visitation times from Memorial Weekend in May through Labor Day weekend. And because our visitation has also been higher in September, we have been leaving some of them out through September as well, and then having them collected in October. The reason why I was told this when I came here is that because the increased visitation and to cut down on human waste and kind of homemade restrooms or having just kind of use toilet paper all over public lands, is that this assisted with that hazardous conditions of just having human waste all over the district. So creating a safe environment for the public to use and clean and to come back to want to use it year after year again. This past Memorial Day weekend, we had just over the weekend about 1,500 dispersed campers in one area. And then it's estimated that we have about 30,000 that use our dispersed recreation sites. And so being able to place these restrooms, these sanitation rentals in these high use for these major holiday weekends, it just assists us with our needs of keeping public lands clean. Highlighted in this, a lot of folks, when they go camping, they sometimes forget things like, a shovel to bury your waste. Sometimes people will utilize rivers or things like that to go in, and our goal is we want to keep, our rivers and our lands clean. So maintaining a higher public health and safety by using the sanitation rentals. The other thing that we need to look at is sometimes when we provide a CXT, a Forest Service installed restroom, it increased the cost of that camping stay. So when we do something like this, it keeps our costs down in maintaining like a free camping opportunity for those that aren't able to pay for a site and still want to be able to recreate on public lands. And we also do ADA facilities as well. Yeah. We do have our seasonal drawdown on the lake beds, and this just helps with, like I said, prior to having these sanitation rentals installed, there was a lot of homemade toilets left behind and just picking up a lot of human waste. And so because most of our sites are located either in riparian zones or border them, it's just ideal if we are able to place something to assist with that problem until we can think of a longer term solution to work to deal with human waste. So this does help meet the needs of the campers by the local community. They are cleaned and pumped through this sanitation company, which is also really nice that it's not another pumping cost as well. It's already in the contract with this. And it just helps able to place it in these high use visitation areas. And we do have a lot of dispersed sites within our district. And so we're able to meet the needs of bicyclers, hikers, stock users, kayak, ORV use, hunting. It's just nice to have the flexibility to place these where there's high use. This has been a grant that I guess we've received since early 2000, and it has been a popular kind of solution to the issue that was happening prior to this, and a lot of positive feedback from visitors because of having these rentals in place. Like I said earlier, these toilets are pumped and cleaned weekly, so keeping the health and safety and sanitation up there, it's more inviting for visitors to come back. And they're just placed in high concentration use. These are our partners. Again, as you can see, it's a long list of people that help us meet our needs, serving the public of a very high use district for recreation. Our setting, like I said in my last presentation, it's a forested setting, a lot of old growth, a lot of timber, a lot of our use located near lakes and streams. So the overall goal is we want to maintain the health of not only our public lands, but also, health of visitors and safety. Project support, this wouldn't be possible without our partners. Without the RCO funding for us to place these portable toilets that helps keep our lands cleaner, and volunteers also cleaning and helping us with sanitation problems. The cost of benefit is that we aren't spending thousands of dollars on just cleaning up human waste. We're able to tackle other projects that are important for the recreational user. Kittitas County said 69% of residents planned on participating in outdoor recreation when they come and visit. And by keeping our costs low and the lands clean, it's going to bring back more users to our district. This is a breakdown. Cost to RCO is $16,700. Our match is $4,000. Total cost $37,400. And then the map is where we place these portable sanitation restrooms. And that's all.
Questions or comments from team members? Lindsay, I think you probably told everybody everything they needed to know about why you need toilet facilities out in this area.
It's not the most exciting conversation. I was like, yes, this is toilets, but it does take up quite a bit of my time managing this district is toilet talk, I call it. Yeah.
There you go.
So,
well,
but,
I don't think there are questions. I think it was helpful to see your first project and then just see how this one fits right in. So
I applaud you for setting this up because I like that for being new, it made my job easier listening to the rest of my team, like going from the trails and the complexity and then focusing on, well, how do people get to these places? And it's our front country. So yeah, it was great. Kudos on setting that up.
Good. Okay.
Nancy.
Let's go right ahead, Nancy.
Just quick, because I like to do math while we're doing this. That's 1,000 people per Porto every season, according to your recorded numbers. That is a lot of butts on a seat.
So that's why we like to have them cleaned every week, multiple times.
Oh boy. You know, Nancy, this year we've written down a couple of our favorite quotes from evaluation sessions. So don't be surprised if when we're talking to the board, we mention butts on seats. And that's a
Please quote her entire thing of that's a lot of butts per seat. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Lindsay. You took care of that project for us. And team members, guess what time it is? It's time for you to take a break. So I'm going to play the break slide, and our next project proposal is up. And right now it says it's scheduled for 4 o'clock. But I'm going to ask if you will come back at 10 till 4, and we will get started and maybe finish up a few minutes earlier today. So let's try to be back at 10 till 4. Thank you. Advisors, welcome back from your break. I think we are ready to start with the next project. And I'm just checking to see which applicant is presenting. So Jesse, do you know who's presenting this one?
Yeah, that should be Kevin Hill.
So let's see if Kevin,
Or there's
No, that should be Robin Cook.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Yep.
okay.
So Kevin, you're doing the next two and Robin's doing the first one. Is that correct, Kevin?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Robin,
Yes, hello.
we are ready to go. What about you?
I believe I'm ready.
All right. Are you going to turn on your camera?
Yes, I am.
There you are.
Here I am.
Hi.
Hi.
So I am going to turn the mouse controls over to you.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask that you double click to make sure you have control. Okay, now see if you can move your slide forward. And then use the keyboard
Yes.
arrows and see, can you go back?
Let me try with the keyboard arrows.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Good. All right, then. I am got my little timer here. It's all set. So you may begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Robin Cook. I'm the Recreation Management Specialist for Developed and Dispersed Recreation on the Natchez Ranger District. I'm here today seeking funding that would enhance the maintenance and operation of recreation sites on the district for the use, enjoyment, and safety of the public we serve. The project is a proposal to supplement appropriated money and recreation site fee collections with a Recreation and Conservation Office grant to improve the quality of summer recreation. If funded, the project would be implemented over a 2-year period. The Natchez Ranger District manages a very large number of summer use recreation sites on over 250,000 non-wilderness acres. Roughly 260,000 visitors make use of our recreation sites every summer. An appealing dry climate, 2 scenic highways, 3 wilderness areas, an extensive motorized and non-motorized trail network, major reservoirs, more than 500 summer homes, numerous resorts and organization camps, fishing and hunting opportunities, and late season river rafting are some of the attractions that draw people to our district. The need for a high-quality maintenance and operations program on the district is driven by high public use and demand, visitor safety and comfort, ongoing maintenance, resource protection, and maintaining existing recreation opportunities for current and future generations. People visit the forest to engage in a variety of different activities, but nearly all of them camp or make some use of developed recreational sites. Many of our visitors will make use of 2 or more different recreational facilities during their stay. Visitors that use these facilities expect to find them in working order, serviced, and sanitary. We manage 42 developed camp areas, 6 day use sites, 6 boat launches, 12 trailheads, 2 cabin rentals, and nearly 1,500 inventory dispersed campsites. There are over 200 toilets spread over the district's front country that require regular servicing. Forest Service manual direction requires that recreation sites be managed in a safe and sanitary manner for the public. Identified high priority hazards must be eliminated or the site will be closed. Routine operation and maintenance to provide for visitor safety and comfort includes the removal of hazard trees, the operation of water systems to federal and state regulations, sewage and garbage disposal, and facility maintenance. Forest Service manual direction, recreation site maintenance never ends. Trees fall on fences and toilets. Visitors break handles and hinges on doors. Graffiti gets sprayed on buildings, garbage gets dumped in the forest, boat docks get crushed by ice, picnic tables and barriers weather and break. Paved accessible trails require sweeping and cleaning, and the list goes on. The bottom line is that our visitors expect to find our facilities clean and functional. A lack of funding results in reduced staffing and services. This results in reduced compliance with agency standards and diminished fee collections, which further reduces the services we can provide. As a consequence, safety and resource issues arise and the need to close sites becomes imminent. Forest direction requires us to manage recreation sites to provide for security, safety, and sanitation, provide high quality maintenance, and adjust our programs to meet changing public needs. We must maintain healthy environments where there is no threat of disease or infection, no odor, and no litter. Maintain or enhance natural resources and scenery, ensure uniformed personnel are present to provide a safe environment, information, and interpretive services, and ensure facilities look good and are in good repair. The project will include all developed and dispersed recreation sites and non-motorized trailheads on the Natchez Ranger District. The project will enhance public service by increasing staffing to provide more frequent cleaning, safety compliance checks, and public contacts, increase volunteer and partnership contributions, and additional improvement projects at existing facilities at recreation sites for all visitors that come to fish, hunt, hike, participate in motorized sports on land and water, horseback ride, sightsee, picnic, and or camp on the Natchez District. The most heavily used recreation sites are near streams, lakes, meadows, and other environmentally sensitive areas. Recreation managers frequently evaluate ways to reduce and manage impacts to recreation sites and natural resource areas to prevent damage to fish, wildlife, and plant habitats by installing parking controls, signage, and at times closing areas to traffic. Federal laws also require us to conserve and preserve natural and cultural resources, including endangered plant and animal species and their habitats, archaeological and historic sites, timber, soil, and water quality. Impacts to these resources caused by recreational use, such as the loss of stream bank vegetation, put sites at risk of closure. Federal agencies are required by law to buy environmentally sustainable products, such as energy efficient products and recycled content products. We use materials that are environmentally sustainable, like steel for picnic table legs, concrete restrooms, recycled rubber speed bumps and wheel stops, recycled metal signs, and rock parking bollards. These are designed to last for many years and require less maintenance. Solar-powered fans are used in vent stacks to pull odor from restrooms. Continued maintenance and operations, along with a proactive approach of recreation sites, will ensure they stay open for generations to come. Recreation sites on the Natchez District are typically found along rivers, streams, lakes, and meadows in mature conifer forest settings. We have ongoing and newly forming partnerships with a variety of agencies and public volunteers for litter patrol and dumpster donation, campground hosts, rehabilitation of historic recreation facilities, gate manufacture, and site maintenance and repair. In the past 2 years, we've logged more than 14,000 hours of contributed volunteer hours, a value of $238,000, to develop and disperse recreation site management. We intend to enrich existing programs and forge new partnerships in the upcoming years. Public support of the program is made obvious every time we get a thank you in the field from visitors who appreciate a clean bathroom and from others that volunteer on the spot to help us pick up scattered garbage. Recreation opportunities provide physical activities critical to good health. There's a positive correlation between environmental infrastructure such as trails, recreation facilities, and enjoyable scenery, and physical activity. Recreation brings day and overnight visitors to the local communities where visitors buy meals, snacks, fuel, stay overnight in hotels, and buy recreational equipment and supplies. Recreation and facilities promote conservation and environmental sustainability to preserve recreation opportunities for current and future generations. Recreation facilities conserve natural resources and wildlife habitat, protect air and water quality. Through stewardship programs like Respect the River, the Natchez Ranger District can involve the public in conservation efforts and increase the awareness of environmental needs. This grant has a huge public benefit. Without a sufficient workforce and the resources to maintain safe and sanitary conditions at recreation sites, existing recreational opportunities would be lost. A sizable workforce enables us to coordinate and recruit more volunteers. Recent volunteer projects include repairing boat docks, repairs at the American River Guard Station, bulletin board repairs, sweeping of needles on ADA accessible trails and table pads, and the repair and replacement of bulletin boards and permit boxes at trailheads. Our total project cost is $389,500. The RCO portion of this project is at 39% or $150,000. And the Forest Service match is 61% or $239,500. Thank you very much from the Natchez Ranger District for the opportunity to apply for this grant. Any questions?
Thank you, Robin. Questions or comments from team members? And go ahead, Crystal.
Hi, Robin. Great presentation. Thank you for taking care of this area up here. I did have a question about your letters of support. When I open up the file, there's 9 pages, but I can only see 3 letters. Should there be more in there?
I would need to go back into the grant portal to look. I think we had maybe less letters of support than we had in the previous grant cycle.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Richard, go ahead.
Can you give an approximate breakdown on the how you will spend the money on campground maintenance?
So a large portion of the money spent on the campground maintenance is going to go towards payroll for seasonal staff. And those people are going to go out and do a lot of our public contacts, litter cleanup, maintenance of bathrooms and picnic sites, and really any of the day-to-day sort of cleaning and maintaining of sites. They will also be involved in probably painting some of the areas and facilities that need paint. Just a wide variety of daily maintenance for these rec sites. And we have a lot of them.
Okay.
And that would also include some supplies to make sure that work gets done.
Other questions? Kathy, do you have a question or comment?
I do. Thank you, Robin. Very comprehensive. Beautiful part of the state. And I was just wondering, it looks like you're expecting, or you received quite a number of visitors. How did you derive the number that you did? Did you have counters, especially with the dispersed campers?
A lot of our numbers come from our fee sites. And so we calculated, we have fee envelopes, and we keep tallies on how many people, and a lot of times those will have the number of people in their party. And so a lot of the numbers came from that. And then some of the other numbers would come from our seasonal employees or our permanent employees going out to sites and kind of keeping track of who's at each site.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other comments? Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, hi, Robin. Good presentation. And I just want to clarify, most of the funds for this, it would come from this project, would go to seasonal workers that would be doing this, all this work out on the ground?
A large portion of it would go to our seasonal workforce. It also allows us, when last year we were not able to pick up as many people as we really needed to maintain rec sites. And so we did have to pay some overtime to some of our permanent employees to kind of help us out, especially during busy holiday weekends. So yeah, a lot of the funding goes to our seasonal workforce, but we also have, I mean, there are a lot of supplies that that are involved, toilet paper, cleaning supplies, paint. If we need to buy lumber to fix a site.
Yeah, I understand that hiring is getting to be more and more difficult for you. And one of the concerns I guess I have, that I could have asked probably many of the folks earlier, is, if you got a good fire year going, is your crew going to get pulled off to deal with fires for weeks, 2 weeks, extended periods, or do you try to keep them on task here?
We try to keep them on task. Obviously, if there's a fire and we have to close a certain area, that portion's going to be closed to the public. But the other areas that are left open, we'll keep them on task in those areas.
But they will stay on district. They're not going to leave and go to California or something.
Not our rec seasonals, our recreation seasonals. They are dedicated to recreation. Some of them might help out in other areas, and in that case, they do not charge that time to the grant. They would charge that time to a fire code. And usually those are people who are qualified to either do logistics or run meals out, or maybe in some cases, if it is a recreation area that's closed, we might station somebody at the end of a road to make sure the public is not going in there for their own safety. But we typically try to keep our rec seasonals tasked on rec duties.
Okay.
And
Good.
any
Thanks very much.
funding, oh, you're very welcome. And any of the funding, like I said, if it was fire related, they would be charging to a fire code.
Sure.
And Gary, in response to that as well, we have project applicants that did not submit projects this year. because they were either closed because of fire season or because of COVID. And so they didn't use all of their grant awards. And so they got special approval to extend their contracts to cover one more season of use. So.
Okay, that's kind of what I was hoping would happen on some of these. People do get redirected.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Well, Robin, thank you very much. Kevin,
Thank you.
Are you doing the next two projects? Oh, Kevin. Where are you?
Hello.
There you go. How are you, Kevin?
Good.
Are you doing these next two projects?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you going to turn your camera on?
I'll try to keep it on. There I am.
There you are. You're in a snowstorm. No wonder we couldn't see you.
That's right.
So Kevin, I have turned mouse controls over to you. So double click to see if you can operate them.
Well,
and then use the arrows on your keyboard to go backwards. Okay. And just remember that there's a little bit of delay, so don't hit it too fast. Okay?
Okay.
So I am resetting my clock. Team members are making sure they're moving on to the next project, which is still in the Natchez area. And we're looking at wilderness trails. So this one is a non-motorized project. So you may begin.
all right. My name is Kevin Hill. I'm the Trails Program Manager for the Natchez Ranger District. This NOVA grant request will fund a 4-person trail crew plus a crew leader, transportation cost, and materials for 2 years to maintain the Natchez Wilderness Trail System. Maintenance will occur on approximately 360 miles, which are open to stock animals and foot travel. The Natchez Ranger District is located on the south end of the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest on the east side of the Cascade Mountains in Yakima County. Our primary service area is shown above. It includes the Seattle-Tacoma metropolitan area, Olympia, Ellensburg, Yakima Valley, and the Tri-Cities. The district maintains 68 wilderness system trails totaling approximately 360 miles, primarily in the Norris Peak, William O. Douglas, and Goat Rocks wilderness areas. The trails are open to stock and foot travel. 2 cross-state highways, Highway 12 and Highway 410, provide access through the areas. Our trail systems also connect to other trails systems in Mount Rainier National Park, Gifford Pinchot, and Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forests. We are also responsible for maintaining 35 miles of the Pacific Crest National Scenic Trail. The need for a high-quality wilderness trail maintenance and operation program on the Natchez District is driven by high public use and demand, the need for wilderness resource protection, our commitment to providing a safe and high-quality trail experience for visitors, our desire to minimize costly reconstruction by prolonging the life of previous investments, and a desire to address the growing maintenance backlog. Our centralized location makes our trail system an easy choice for visitors. We are less than 2 hours away from millions of people. We have extremely varied wilderness settings, a full range of trail difficulty levels, and a comfortable climate, and easy access to beautiful vistas, alpine lakes, and snow-covered peaks. We estimate our wilderness trail system receives more than 26,000 annual or visitor use days annually. Roughly 80% of these visitors are hikers and 20% use stock. Additional visitors move back and forth over feeder trails from other forests and through the district on the Pacific Crest Trail. As you can see from this map above, the counties in the that surround the Natchez Ranger District are all experiencing a relatively high population growth, which in turn contributes to high public use and demand for our wilderness areas and its resources. More than half of our trails wind through old growth forest. The trail crew clears anywhere from 4 to 10 trees on each mile of trail in an average year. If the trails are not cleared, visitors create bypass trails and destroy vegetation. If water is not directed off the trails, it causes erosion to the trail tread and may degrade stream water quality and the habitat of threatened species such as steelhead, salmon, and bull trout. The trail users can have unsafe and unpleasant experiences when trails are not routinely maintained. Without a trail crew, response time to emergency situations is slower, and trails are at a higher risk for emergency closure. Unplanned events on our trails in the last several years have included failed bridge stringers and decking, fallen trees lodged in precarious positions, avalanche debris, and fallen rocks. There are over 2,000 structures on our trails. Most of them direct water off the trail tread to greatly reduce erosion. The rest keep foot and hooves out of water to protect water quality and keep our visitors safe. Routine maintenance is essential to keeping structures functioning properly. The Wilderness Trail Crew is fully committed to minimizing deterioration of trail systems to avoid costly reconstruction. Regular trail maintenance is critical to minimize the existing maintenance backlog and prevent further backlog. Our goal is to maintain the entire system on a 5-year cycle with maintenance frequency prioritized by trail. Appropriated dollars do not provide adequate funds to maintain this expansive system. We estimate there are specific problem areas on segments of 40% of our trails. RCO funding is critical to continue to gain ground on trail issues and keep up with annual maintenance needs. This project will help us maintain our wilderness trail system to standard and meet the agency's goal of providing a diverse system of safe, well-maintained trails for the enjoyment of all users while protecting our treasured wilderness resources. Our goal with this 2-year NOVA grant request is to clear 75% or 240 miles of system trail and do complete maintenance, including brushing, drainage, structure maintenance, and tread trail work on 25% or 80 miles of trail each year of the 2-year grant. Along with our partners, we clear trails early in the season as the snow melts, which will protect adjacent vegetation by keeping users on the trail tread. We also block braided trails. Culverts and water bars will be cleaned, turnpikes filled, and check dams repaired to slow water and drain it off the trail. We will install new drainage structures where needed. We will block duplicate forts to restore stream banks. These actions will prevent further trail degradation and minimize soil displacement into streams, as well as discourage off-trail travel through sensitive areas. A well-maintained trail allows visitors a more enjoyable experience. They can focus less on the trail ahead and more on the surrounding wilderness beauty. We will repair structures to prolong their useful life. With such a huge trail system, we rely on information from the public and our volunteers to alert us to new problems. We get many messages from visitors who want to keep us informed, along with offers of assistance. We will work to lower the maintenance backlog in order to avoid costly reconstruction projects. Several backlog projects we completed in the past 2 years, including the Twin Sisters Trail maintenance, Pleasant Valley Puncheon, tread maintenance and repair on Surprise Lake Trail. We appreciate RCO and the NOVA program for giving us the opportunity to maintain these trails for over 20 years. Trails that we maintain lie within designated wildernesses, where the Forest Service policy directs that only primitive non-mechanized tools are to be used. This means all tree clearing is completed with crosscut saws and all structure repairs are completed with hand tools. Primarily native site materials are used. This includes wood for bridge stringers, check dams, water bars, rocks for fords and approaches. The only allowable means of access to these trails is by foot or by stock. All materials brought in from the outside must be hand carried or packed in. In addition, we rely on help from our various youth corps to get the work done. As a result, a sense of environmental stewardship is passed on to the younger generation through the hard work they do on our trails. We are mandated by law to protect and preserve the natural condition of these wilderness areas while allowing primitive recreation. The crew feels privileged to work and live in the wilderness, and they are dedicated to maintaining a high-quality trail system so visitor impacts can be minimized and the wilderness character preserved for future generations. The project area is in a beautiful natural setting. The trail system is located within 3 congressionally designated wilderness areas totaling over 224,000 acres. Our wilderness areas are extremely diverse. A visitor can enjoy traveling through old growth forest, past mountain lakes, near alpine meadows, and see glaciers in the distance all in one day. This project area consists of predominantly mature trees, high alpine lakes, meadows, and abundant wildlife. Sightings of mountain goats, especially in the Goat Rocks wilderness, is not uncommon. We have a deeply committed volunteer base. We work with several organizations as well as individuals, hikers and horsemen alike. Volunteers are a huge help with trail scouting, trail clearing, and horse packing. They participate in our safety trainings and play an active role in prioritizing our work. They are always ready to help us out. Letters of support are on file with RCO, including letters from Backcountry Horsemen of Central Washington and the Cascadians. We also have letters from individuals and partners who enjoy wilderness recreation in general, and from motorized users who appreciate the need for non-motorized recreation. Our volunteer match for this project is 1,472 hours, which is valued at $26,500. Appropriated funds are insufficient to maintain wilderness trail systems, and the Natchez Ranger District must rely heavily on other resources to keep the trails functioning. We are requesting $150,000 to pay for 120 days of crew leader and 100 days of a 4-person crew for 2 years. We are also requesting $11,000 for materials and tools. The match includes 1,472 hours of volunteer labor, funding for additional crew labor, transportation, equipment, and materials. This project will provide for increased public health and by providing recreational opportunities, community economic development by supporting the local tourism industry, and it will provide outdoor education and environmental stewardship opportunities. The Natchez District Wilderness Trails Program is proud of our past accomplishments, and we will continue to provide an outstanding trail maintenance system for wilderness visitors. Thank you for your past support and for considering this NOVA grant request. Any questions?
Questions or comments from team members? So Randy, and then Nancy, and then Brandon. So we'll start with Randy.
Great, thanks a lot, Marguerite. This might even be a question for you. I'm noticing that their part of their match is an RTP grant. If you could just explain to me briefly how that sort of works.
So they can apply for multiple grants for their project proposal. And so if they are awarded both grants, then those grants will go into the project. The board's policy is they have to have at least 10% non-state kind of match for it. And so that's why they have some of their own appropriations and donated labor to help cover that part of that cost. But yes, you can match a NOVA grant against an RTP grant.
Great, thanks for that.
If they are not successful with the RTP grant, then it's their responsibility to find those matching resources somewhere else, because they do get points for providing excess match. Next up is Brandon.
I had a similar question too, but I also just wanted to say how much I appreciated that you added in the metric of how many structures you guys have along your 360 miles of trail. That's usually a figure I never really hear because a lot of people don't track that. So I just appreciate just showing an appreciation for data.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Richard?
I think you may be a little conservative on your estimation of visitation. I suspect you may get 56,000 people on the Natchez Peak Trail alone.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's just the numbers that we had from the permits that we pulled. You know, the number is probably a lot higher, but hopefully we can get a handle on some better numbers. We do get a lot of visitors up at that trail. It's very popular.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Well, hearing none. Thank you, Kevin, for that one. And are you going to now do the the motorized trails?
Yes.
All right. So I have pulled up that presentation. So once again, I ask for you to just double click first. Okay, now see, can you move your slides forward? And then use your arrows to go back. And
yeah, looks like I got control.
Okay, good deal. I'm going to reset my clock here. So you may begin.
All right, again, I'm Kevin Hill. I'm the Trails Program Manager for the Natchez Ranger District. Today, I'm requesting funding for continued maintenance of the Natchez District Motorized Trail System for the public use, safety, and enjoyment. This NOVA grant request will provide for 2 years of annual maintenance on 300 miles of the district motorized single track and four-wheel drive trail system. The 300 miles of motorized trails equals approximately 95 or 97% of our motorized trail system. This grant will fund a 5-person trail crew for 2 field seasons, supplies, and materials. The Natchez Ranger District is located on the south end of the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest on the east side of the Cascade Mountains in Yakima County. Our primary service area includes the Puget Sound Basin, Tri-Cities, Ellensburg, and Yakima Valley. The Natchez Ranger District is very large with over 500,000 acres, easily accessed by 2 cross-state highways, Highway 12 and Highway 410. Our motorized trail system includes over 140 miles of motorcycle trails and 170 miles of four-wheel drive trails, and provides approximately 10% of motorized trail opportunities in Washington State. 2 areas on our district are known throughout the motorized community for their unique experiences. The Little Natchez Drainage is regionally known for its single track motorcycle trails, and the Funny Rocks and Divide Ridge areas are known for their challenging four-wheel drive routes. Our trail systems also provide a connection to other heavily used motorized systems on the Cle Elum District, the White River District of the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, and the Autanum State Forest. The need for a high-quality motorized trail maintenance and operation program on the Natchez District is driven by many factors, including high public use and demand, our commitment to providing a safe and high-quality trail experience for our visitors, the need to protect our valuable forest resources, including endangered bull trout and stillhead. Our intent is to minimize costly reconstruction by prolonging the life of previous investments, and our belief in maintaining access to our existing motorized recreation opportunities. The Natchez District is one of the most popular destinations in the state for motorized trail enthusiasts. Our centralized location, sunny climate, beautiful scenery, and variety of motorized trail opportunities all add up to make our trail systems an easy choice for a large and growing user base. Utilizing trail counters, partner information, and OHV ranger information, we estimate that our motorized trail system sees over 54,000 users annually. Of these 54,000 visitors, we estimate 90% of them used off-highway vehicles on those trails. We are committed to providing a safe and high-quality experience for all trail users. However, trail conditions can deteriorate in just one season without routine maintenance. Poor drainage caused by lack of routine trail maintenance often creates mud holes. Users create new trails when going around these mud holes, which destroys vegetation. If water is not directed off trails by maintaining proper outslope and installing drainage structures such as grade reversals and water bars, the resulting erosion can have a serious impact on aquatic species such as threatened and endangered steelhead and bull trout. A sustainable, enjoyable trail is our #1 goal. Our motorized trail system currently has over 400 boardwalks and bridges, 10 miles of hardened trail, and thousands of water bars. Our trail crew and volunteers have invested tens of thousands of hours in constructing and maintaining these structures to prolong their life. Part of the Forest Service mission is to manage for multiple use, and that includes maintaining motorized trail opportunities on the Natchez District. Obviously, trail use will not suddenly stop if we don't maintain these trails. However, the condition of our trail systems will quickly deteriorate, resulting in an increase in safety issues and resource damage. This project will help us, our volunteers and our partners, maintain the motorized trail system to sustainable standards and meet the agency's goals and objectives of providing a diverse system of safe, well-maintained trails for the enjoyment of all users while protecting our natural resources. Quality maintenance of our system will minimize concerns over resource issues, which in turn will help keep our motorized trail system open. We start planning efforts with our diverse partners and user groups in late winter in order to be ready as trails melt out and open. Our goal is to clear deadfall from 300 miles of system trail at least once a year and complete all maintenance on 25% or 80 miles of trail each year. Maintenance will include brushing, drainage structure maintenance and repair, tread repair, and signage. We will continue to provide high quality experience for our trail users as we have successfully done in the past several decades. With the help of our volunteers, we will clear all trails early in the season as snow melts, which will protect adjacent vegetation by keeping users on the trail tread. We will also block braided trails and direct traffic flow back on designated routes. We will clean all water bars and culverts, inspect structures, and perform basic repairs on 80 miles of system trail each year. Trail drainage techniques include building grade reversals, armored crossings and culverts, and outsloping the trail. We will address new problem areas and focus on those with the most immediate safety and resource concerns. Actions such as additional water bar installation, hardening wet areas with grass grid blocks, bridge repairs, and filling holes with rock will help prevent soil displacement, as well as improve the user's safety and recreational experience. The primary management objective of our motorized trail program is to provide a quality trail experience to all motorcyclists and 4x4 user groups. We will continue to provide high quality experience for all legal types of trail use. We have seen motorized use increase over the years, and a well-maintained trail system is crucial to providing a safe and enjoyable trail experience to our visitors. We are continually working with our motorized trail users, particularly particularly organized groups, and we routinely attend and host club meetings. Supporting an active volunteer program is a high priority for us. We receive over 2,600 volunteer hours on our motorized trails annually. We also make a lot of contacts with our users on the trails. We discuss current issues and welcome feedback from our trail management partner groups that are directly involved in planning and prioritizing our work. We use the most efficient and effective type of equipment specific to each situation in order to minimize costs. In addition, we strive to extend the life expectancy of our trails by focusing on building environmentally and economically sustainable trails. Our 300-mile motorized trail system traverses many sensitive areas that provide habitat for threatened fish, plants, and animals. Trails also pass by archaeological sites and over sensitive soils. We will continue to keep our trail system well maintained so users want to stay on the trails and away from sensitive areas by providing proper drainage, hardening trouble spots, and maintaining structures. We will minimize impact to these habitats and water quality. This project will result in a quality, sustainable recreational opportunity while protecting the integrity of the natural environment. In everything we do as recreational trail professionals, our number one goal is to minimize the impact of our trails on natural resources and sensitive ecological systems. At the same time, be consistent with the parameters set by the type of trail to avoid compromising its safety or value of trail users. During the implementation of this project, we will avoid sensitive ecological areas and critical habitats. We will be utilizing natural water filtration techniques and best practices for stormwater management. In addition, our trail volunteer community will provide essential and ongoing stewardship of our trails to help ensure that our trails maintain sustainable for years to come. Our motorized trail system traverses many sensitive areas that provide habitat for threatened fish, plants, and animals. Trails also pass by archaeological sites and over sensitive soils. We, with the help of our volunteers, will clear all trails early in the season as snow melts, which will protect adjacent vegetation by keeping users on the trail. Trail maintenance will begin immediately as snow melts in the spring. Everything is ready. We are familiar with what NOVA grants require. Necessary environmental clearances have been completed and volunteer agreements are signed. We have the crew and equipment to do the job. Our crews are experienced, knowledgeable, and hardworking. They recognize problems when they start and address them before they become bigger. We have several letters of support for this project from both organizations and individuals. Several organizations also agreed to be part of our trail management partner groups. These volunteers are responsible for their adopted trail maintenance needs, documenting work needed, and help us plan and prioritize our field season. The group shown in this previous slide, along with other volunteers, make up our 4x4 trail management partner groups. Over 2,600 hours of volunteer labor provides this grant request with a match of $48,000. The volunteers are always willing to put together the work party and tackle a new problem. They are committed to providing a high-quality riding experience for motorized users and all others who use our trails. Appropriated funds are insufficient to maintain the current trail system. The Natchez District must rely heavily on outside resources to maintain its motorized trail system. We are requesting $150,000 from the NOVA program to fund a 5-person trail crew for 120 days annually for 2 years plus supplies and equipment. The match is 58% of the total project cost. This match includes volunteer labor, force account funding for labor, equipment, and transportation costs. As you can see from this slide, crew labor accounts for 86% of the total project with a relatively small amount for tools and equipment. Trail maintenance will cost $560 per mile, and it's a bargain compared to the average reconstruction cost, which typically ranges from $10,000 to $35,000 per mile. The NOVA investment is $240,000 $2 per mile per year. These NOVA funds will allow continued trail maintenance and maximum enjoyment for thousands of visitors every year. Thank you for your past support and for considering this NOVA grant request. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments from team members? And I think you noticed that Kevin answered a couple of questions that you don't get to score him on because you're just scoring questions 1, 2, 8, and 9. So Nancy, go right ahead.
Just one question. Of your inventory of 360 miles, how many would say are currently in backlog?
What I
A
don't
percentage.
It's probably, I'm just going to say 40%. I'm new to this position, so I don't quite have a handle on that yet. I'm hoping to
Okay,
get
that's
that
fair.
information. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Crystal.
Thank you, Marguerite. Thank you, Kevin, for taking care of the Natchez area, the motorized community. That's one of their favorite, obviously, in the state. And the usage and love it receives is apparent there. Wanted to comment on your $48,000 donated general labor. That just shows that you're working well with the volunteers up there. And I know that's a lot of the 4x4 community. My question is, in the primary use, it lists dirt biking, but there are actually more miles of 4x4 trails. And I'm curious why 4x4 is not the primary use and dirt biking is.
Well, that's a good question. It probably should be. Yeah, you're right. There are more motorcycle trails than there are 4x4 trails. So
I was just curious. Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, Kevin.
Well, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take control of the mouse. Now you can move your mouse and you're all good. Team members, if you just hang tight, I am going to sign us off and then we'll be ready to have just a brief conversation since that was the last project for today. For those of you who have been watching, you have been watching the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities evaluation session. We have a team of volunteers made up of federal, state, and citizen representatives who have been scoring and ranking projects for development, renovation, maintenance of backcountry trail systems. So we are hoping to put together a ranked list that will be shared with the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board for fund consideration in April. To learn more about the grants we have to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you for joining us. We will start up again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.